Gary, good morning to you and welcome to the National Cricket Centre here in Vancouver for the Trinidad and Tobago Under-23 match against the USA Under-19s. The news is that the USA have won the toss and they've opted to bat first, a decision that will please the Trinidad and Tobago team and their captain Mbeki Joseph, as he was going to be bowling first on this pitch. Very hard pitch out there, and certainly slightly different in character to the one we saw yesterday, where there was a fair amount of variable bounce, but the curators today have decided to give it that extra roll just before the start of the match, and that should improve the conditions slightly. I'm Vidya Ranfal alongside Kadir Mohammed, who is here with me today for this match, and the Trinidad and Tobago bowler Jason Agard is about to start. And Jason Agard starting off with a wide, the left arm pacer out of South Trinidad. And Trinidad and Tobago starting off with two slips and a gully in place already for this one. As for the USA, the opening batsman is Chetty Palayam. Chetty Palayam, who is facing up to the first delivery. He's out there alongside Mehta. Good morning to Kadir Mohammed, who's stepped in beside me.
Yeah, very good morning, Vidya. Good morning, viewers. Yeah, again, it's good to be here. The second game of the series, USA Under-19s versus the Trinidad and Tobago Under-23s. The USA winning the toss and batting first. What do you make of the conditions, Vidya? Slightly delayed start.
Well, of course, conditions are pretty good here for this one. And based on what we saw from the first couple of deliveries, it's not going to be a huge amount of bounce here. So here is Agard. Yeah, that one's keeping low. And again, Ramdu with the gloves on for the Trinidad and Tobago Under-23 team, collecting that one just about knee-high. Trinidad and Tobago leaving out Samir Ali, Nicholas Ali, and Justin Manick from the team that played yesterday. And they have brought in three players for this one. And among those who have come in, the point-forted man, Lemuel Matthews, is in. Tariq Mohammed is also in alongside Amrit Das. Just popped up, and that's caught. Yeah, jumped on him, and that is the first wicket, and Chetty Palayam is gone very early here. And he is gone, and here's how it happened. Very, very disappointed with how he's gone here, but that one just seemed to jump on him a little bit. The bat not angled down, it seems, Kadir, and an easy catch for Agard.
Yeah, good start for Agard. Delivery that's just holding in the surface. And Chetty Palayam just a bit too early, popping it up, offering a simple return catch to Agard. And the USA have lost their first wicket. It's 2 for 1. Palayam goes without scoring.
Yeah, that's certainly a disastrous start here for the US Under-19s, and they haven't played in these conditions before, so it's not the ideal start for them. So there's the new batter going in, Srivastava. And he, the diminutive figure of the little number 18 out of the US is there for this one. Of course, this game and this series of matches taking place here today and over the next week and a half or so, all about getting preparation time for the West Indies Under-19, the USA Under-19, and for the Under-23, some developmental work. Plus, there are a few of the Under-23 players who do have a good chance of making it onto this West Indies Under-19 team. All of that is colored by the fact that the World Cup, the Under-19 World Cup, which was due to start in January, has now been moved from Sri Lanka to South Africa. So all of those things will develop on, especially that development, because yesterday the West Indies Under-19s played several spinners as though preparing for what they would see in Sri Lanka. Now that plan has got to be ripped up, and a whole new thinking has got to be introduced here for that World Cup. But before we go to that, here's the new batsman, Srivastava, who is in, a right-hander facing up to the left-handed Agard. A slip and a gully. One of the slips has, in fact, disappeared after seeing those couple of deliveries.
Yes, staggered slip caught from Mbeki Joseph, standing at almost a second slip.
Well, that one rose up, but then again, the batsman, Srivastava, is not one of the tallest of batsmen, so that one just about the midriff, he got that one. Still, there was some bounce there. A couple of them kept low, now one bouncing. So variable bounce showing up in the first over.
Yeah, getting right behind the line too, Srivastava. Quite short in stature. See how he goes. Batsmen from yesteryear that are that short tend to be very diminutive players. See how he goes here, Srivastava.
Yeah, that one keeping low again, in contrast to the other one. And Srivastava yet to get a run. In fact, no runs off the bat just yet. And the unfortunate Chattipalayam going to one that jumped on him, played it back straight to Agard, who was so happy to take the catch. Yesterday, there was actually the seamers did not take a single wicket. 13 wickets fell yesterday in the match. That was where the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s went under by 7 wickets to the West Indies on the 19s. 13 wickets all to spinners. Down the leg side, suggestion he may have played at that, and there was no touch on it. It is a wide, signalled by umpire Denzel James, the former first-class player out of Marak in Maruga. He's alongside Avinash Narayan today.
Yeah. Already 7 deliveries bowled in this over by Agard. Just 3 of them legal. So he's going to have to get it right. Get that radar going, of course. Conditions not that sunny, bit overcast here at the National Cricket Centre.
Still no runs off the bat as the fielder comes in quickly. That's is that Rambaran coming in there, the lefty, with the fielding. Yeah, we have a slightly delayed start, delayed by just about 40 minutes as a result of a small shower just before the start. And out of an abundance of caution, the umpires waited until everything was dried out completely. Then there was a small delay as the groundsman decided to give the pitch another roll. And but still very, very slow. And you can see the batters yesterday and today just taking their time in getting behind the line of the deliveries to play them. So
yeah, exactly where Agard wants to be. Want to consistently land those deliveries in that sort of area. That's where he's going to profit from. More dismissals, more mode of dismissals come into play from that sort of corridor.
And one that jumps up at him again. So once it's pitched anywhere on the line of the stumps, you tend to see a bit more bounce, but on the once it's a bit wider, it seems to be keeping a bit low. So that's what we're detecting already. And there was the end of a successful first over for the T&T on the 23s. The first wicket down. Chattipalayam going after just 2 legal deliveries, propping up a catch to Justin Agard, who has figures of 1 for 4 now. And just to give us an idea of the teams there, the USA have left out, and Kadir has so kindly gone downstairs to get the everything for us. USA have left out Arepali, Garg, Satish Batra, and Kappa have all been left out. Rishi Pandey is the 12th man for today, and Arya Mansuri is also out of the team today. I heard a mix of accents, a lot of different languages I was hearing earlier today from this USA team, and not that I'm a language expert by any means, but you could tell the different intonations, and there was some very American English also.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of cultures mixed in there. But good news, Adrian Ratcher is going to start off proceedings here from the southern end. He's going to get that new ball this morning. And spoke to him this morning, Vidya, and he's just saying that he did struggle a bit yesterday, bowling 4 overs. And he says that he knows what he has to do. See how he comes up here. Mehta yet to face a delivery. He's going to be on strike.
And I dare say he's a bit nervous because he's seen a wicket go down at the other end. Plus, he's also seen the ball bounce at different heights in different parts of the pitch. So he will be very, very anxious at the moment here. Cuts that away, and there's the first runs off the bat here for the US team. And a couple of runs for them, and Mehta would have been very, very pleased to see one wide and some width on offer outside the off stump.
Yeah, nice way to get going. Short wide delivery. Just eased onto the back foot. Getting off with a couple of runs. Justin Jagarside is at cover. The two deep fielders. Third man and fine leg. Adrian Ratcher. Widest slip on a gully too.
That one kept a little bit low. Hits him on the pad. Chance at a run out. But he gets there in time. So Ratcher pitching that one up, but that one seemed to keep a little bit low in contrast to some of the deliveries on the southern side of the pitch, which seems to be getting up a little bit. Yeah, I think, was that well, there was no signal, so maybe there was an edge onto that. So 7 for 1. Meter moves on to 3 here.
Slight field change now for the shorter of the two batters. Srivastava. Shortish cover, catching cover.
Kept that one down well. Nicely fielded at that gully position. And Ratcher should be a handful in any kind of conditions here. Of course, with the slower conditions here, he might want to be bowling just a little bit fuller. He does tend to get a little bit of late swing. Getting some words of advice there from Orlando James.
Yeah, he's tend to bowl a lot fuller in recent times, Adrian Ratcher.
Yeah, that run-up is looking a lot more comfortable today. He did talk about that and saying that he got it worked out now, because it definitely looked like the momentum wasn't quite right for him yesterday, but it's looking a lot better today. And there's that characteristic movement just slightly away to the left as he moves in. He was saying that that's something that he's always had in his run-up. Just about 2 or 3 steps in, he just sort of veers slightly to the left and continues in.
Yeah, he's a lot more fluent in the early goings here. He's been on target. It's been wicket to wicket, which is where I think you need to be on this type of surface. You want to bowl straight lines. And that invariable bounce too could prove to be difficult. But Srivastava early on this morning, he's shown to get in line nicely. He's riding the bounce. Yet to get off the mark, but he looks a compact player.
And gets off the mark now with one just tucked to the right of the fielder at mid-wicket. So he's off the mark at 1. So both batsmen now getting off the dreaded figure at the end of the second over. 8 for 1 here, the US under-19 team. They would certainly be looking to get something in the region of 250 at least on this pitch here. But they'll have to dig in. Someone's going to have to come up with a big score today.
Yeah, definitely. First game in the tournament, the USA under-19. There are going to be some nerves in there. I'm sure this bunch of guys will be around each other for quite some time now. They'll be heading to the Under-19 World Cup to now take place in South Africa. Huge news coming out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll give you some details on that as Agard is in for his second over. Nicely played again, as you mentioned. Very compact, knows exactly where his off stump is, Srivastava, and played it very well. The USA going to the World Cup for only the 3rd time between 1988 and 2004. No appearances by the US. It was only in 2006 in Sri Lanka that the USA went there for the first time. They did not qualify for 2008 and then reappeared at the World Cup for the second time in 2010. That one kept a little bit low, but he did well. And then there were basically 7 World Cups that the US did not qualify for. Remember, it's every 2 years the World Cup is held. And now they've gotten their chance in once again in 2024, qualified for the World Cup. And it's no longer Sri Lanka, as you mentioned. It is South Africa. The last time the USA played at the World Cup, all of these young men were just getting into believing into something called Santa Claus. They were just about 3 or 4 years old, in other words.
You got that right. Again, Srivastava getting nicely in line.
Yes.
But yeah, USA are not to be taken lightly, Vidya. Simply because of the influx of the subcontinent players that have now chose to apply their trade in the US, I think they're not to be taken lightly. Definitely in years to come, we'd see a pretty strong US team. I'm sure, these young guys would have seen the
Nice stop. Very good bit of work there, getting across to make the stop.
the MLC. I'm sure that would have excited a lot of the young US players.
And of course, and they're seeing that the pathway to developing a career in cricket just seems to be that little bit clearer there. In terms of many of the players were actually, many of the USA players still are part-timers. Looking for the pull shot, gets it through the gap here. This could go all the way for the first boundary of the match, and there it is, off the bat of Srivastava, getting that one nicely behind, in front of square for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a no ball too. So it's virtually a free hit for Srivastava, swinging away and getting 4 runs. Seemed to pick up that slow delivery too, Srivastava. 13 for 1. He got with still 2 legal deliveries to go in this over. 2 deep fielders now out on the leg side. One at fine leg, the other at deep backward square. Justin Jaggerside is out there. Still a staggered slip calling, a wildish slip and a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket. Agard choosing to go from around the wicket this time.
And another single just in front of square. Was that close to the umpire? He could have picked it up and rifled in a return, umpire Narayan, which I'm sure he won't. Umpire Narayan is one of those, loves the game of cricket. He's been involved in as an umpire from very young. I think it was from 16 he started umpiring.
Yeah.
And we've seen that trend even in local football. There are a couple of very young referees. One of them who actually started at 14 or 15. He's now with the FIFA panel.
Yeah.
So it is a trend. Young men deciding to invest their time in becoming officials rather than players. Yeah, he's just homing in, actually just not getting it quite right. Jaggesaz to come off the boundary to do the fielding. That's the end of the 3rd over. A lot of deliveries from Agard there down the leg side, and the Americans profiting from that. 15 for 1. They're trying to rebuild after the early loss of Chettipalayam.
Yeah, so far so good. Agard yet to really find his radar. Jason Agard is 2 overs bowled. Just not getting that consistent lines and lengths.
Well, Racha gets ready to come back in. Just a little bit more on that South Africa situation. The ICC board decided earlier today to shift the 2014 Men's Under-19 World Cup from Sri Lanka to South Africa. In case you're wondering why, it was a unanimous decision by the board and taken as a consequence of the suspension of Sri Lanka from world cricket. Good delivery by Racha here on the money. And it was reported earlier today that the ICC has agreed that cricket at all levels, including all bilateral and domestic series and tournaments, will not be disrupted by the suspension. That's the situation there. So the World Cup move to South Africa, the ramifications of that will be that there's going to be, the thinking has to change in terms of the selection of squads for the World Cup.
Yeah, that poses a different challenge for coaches now, because previously we were looking at a larger the bowling group. A large amount of them would have been slow bowlers. Now the thinking definitely has to change.
And you could have seen the difference here today. Agard starting from one end, and Racha, who came in after, I believe it was the 13th over yesterday, is now opening the bowling. So the changing has started immediately. Racha very much seen as an outside shot for a chance at that Under-19 World Cup. He played for the Under-17s this year This is a 16-year-old. He towers past umpire Narain.
Yeah.
But he is certainly a one for the future.
Yeah, definitely. He's come on nicely. He's a hard worker. Bowled well in that under 17 tournament. Caught the eye of a lot of people.
And he's been on the money so far here today. That could be, well, they were thinking about the run. But that is good work there by the man who has come into the team. Lemuel Matthews, certainly impressed with his fielding yesterday. I'm sure he'll have his chance with the ball sometime here today during this match. Yeah, so completely different thinking now for the selectors. The team is due to be named just about the 1st of December, just around there. So within the next 10 days, it's going to be important for a lot of these players. Nice pull shot. This could go to the boundary. Very short from Ratcher. It's slowing up well. And James, who is very quick, they need to get the Jets on to stop that one from getting to the ropes.
Yeah, short delivery. And Mehta pulling nicely. Pulling in front of square. Again, ball holding up in the surface. You can see evidence of that.
Of course, a delivery like that in South Africa would be rearing up at you.
Yeah.
But on this slower surface here, it's meat and drink to most of these batters. So completely different thinking. The conditions here were ideal for preparation for perhaps a World Cup in South Africa. Now in Sri Lanka, now less so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Fizzing past the edge here from Ratcher. And certainly nothing that the fuzzy-cheeked American could have done with. After 4 overs, 17 for 1.
Yeah, I love that terminology, the fuzzy-cheeked Americans.
Well, they are. I saw very little facial here. Yeah, they're very young side. A few of them are sporting some beards. The captain, actually, that's the captain of the U.S. team, which is Rishi Ramesh, actually has you were pointing out that he looks like a certain New Zealand star.
Yeah, his hairstyle so lit for me. Ratcher Ravindra.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, what a tournament he's had. Jason Agard for his 3rd over. And still conditions working in the bowling team's favour. Overcast conditions. The batters have done themselves no harm. They've looked solid defensively.
Good start here for the U.S. despite that blemish of the loss of Chettipalayam of the second legal delivery of the match. And also the two teams are here. There's also some training for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Just behind us, just a couple moments ago, Janaba Joseph, the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago women's player, just passed behind us. Her brother is actually playing here today. That's the T&T U23 captain, Mbeki Joseph. Straight to the fielder, no run here.
Yeah, good so far from Agard. Bowling a lot straighter now. But again, Srivastava looks so compact. Getting in nicely. Just 6 from 16. Still got to be patient. Got to give yourself a chance.
Yep, jumping, bobbing and weaving here on this track with the variable bounce. And the batsman, Srivastava, looking almost like Floyd Mayweather in his prime there, the way that he's dodging a few of these missiles coming his way.
Yeah. 2 deep fielders, a fine leg. And in fact, one man just beyond the 30-yard circle. Ratcher is at fine leg.
Yeah, certainly patience. We talked about that yesterday, the virtue of patience, especially on this pitch here. That variable bounce will provide no end of worry for these batters. It's only if you get a really poor delivery, one pitched up in the slot, that's where you can really put it away. But the different lengths producing deliveries coming at you in variable ways here for these batters. Nicely played. That was a bit short, and there was some room for him to drive that off the back foot through the cover region, and he picks up an easy 2 here.
Yeah, again, sitting up in the surface. Srivastava punching nicely through the cover region. Picks up another couple. Goes on to 8 from 19. 19 for 1. Just the 1 wicket so far for T&T this morning. Jason Agard striking in his first over. Getting rid of Chatipalliam without scoring. Since then, these two rebuild nicely.
Take the edge and through the gap, and that could run away for 4. Yep, off the edge. The first time we've seen the ball come off the edge here, and it's produced another boundary. So Srivastava 12 of 20, 23 for 1, the US after the first 5 overs.
Yeah, didn't know much about that one. A good delivery from Agard. Gets a welcome boundary. Srivastava 23 for 1.
So, as we mentioned, the USA on the 19s preparing for the World Cup. And they would, of course, in what is their first game of the series, a couple of the matches were rained out early. Yeah, but the USA weren't involved in those. Those would have been West Indies under 19 versus the Trinidad and Tobago under 23. 2 of them lost to the elements. And then yesterday, T&T under 23s going down under by 7 wickets. A very good win for the West Indies under 19s. As Ratcher continues, playing away at that one, and that's nicely taken by Ramdu, diving away to his right.
A slight movement away, that time from Ratcher. Mehta following it, not taking the edge. Again, good areas. Ratcher into his 3rd over.
Well, yesterday, the West Indies under 19, Joshua Dawn producing a lovely 57. An innings that just oozed a class and composure. Pascal, the captain, also getting a good 46 not out. Definitely a lot of talent there on that West Indies under-19 team. With the ball, Dawn, 3 for 32, player of the match. Tariq Edwards, 4 for 32. The very much, we certainly did like what we saw from Tariq Edwards also yesterday. Almost like a fast bowler bowling in a spinner's body. He has that fast bowler's attitude, doesn't he?
Yeah, quite tall too. Bowled well yesterday, 4 for 32. And Joshua Dawn was brilliant. Real all-round performance.
Just shimmy down the track and a nice-looking fluent drive, but can't get past a man there. Matthews.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, well, he's
shimmying down to the pacer, showing no fear here, Mehta.
Well, Ratcher's seeing the lighter side to it, a little smile on his face. He says, okay, well, let's see how you handle this next one. What's he going to do here? Well, the short ball is not a viable option you'd feel on this pitch because it just seems to sit up. And it's just easy to swat away.
Yeah, short ball, got to be a surprise delivery.
Down the leg side, that is an appeal that is turned down, but definitely the motion of the keeper and even the batsman would suggest that one would have been heading down leg side. So here's a leg by according to umpire Narayan.
Yeah, definitely heading down leg side. Just asking a polite inquiry, the under 23s. But Mehta gets off strike.
He seems to be enjoying his time out there. A little smile on his face at the non-striker's end. Well, non-strikers always smile more than the man who's facing. And again, down the leg side, Ratcher just getting it. Didn't quite work for him, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Definitely a shot played. Will that be? That's 4. Did he get a touch onto that?
Yeah.
Seems that he did.
Yeah, he got
Given how fast it went down there, that would suggest it did come off the bat.
Yeah. Straight in line again, Ratcher, but well put away by Srivastava. There was a man back there, but he was backward square, deep backward square. He had no chance of cutting that one off. He's come a lot straighter. Regulation fine leg now.
Ratcher's last ball of the over. Better delivery, dead on line, and provokes a defensive shot from Srivastava. So that's the end of the 6th over. Yesterday we saw the Pacers on for 3 overs each. Let's see if there will be any changes here. The conditions are certainly very different this time round. It was very hot at the start yesterday. It's much cooler, cloudier, and our producer today has the weather report. He's telling us that there may be some rain later on, and predicting better conditions here today. Dylan, who is our producer here today.
Yeah. A lot cooler conditions as compared to yesterday. Scorching sun all day. And again, lovely day for cricket. Tuesday morning. Jason Agard back for his 4th over. 28 for 1. Not a bad start from the US. Winning the toss and batting first. Couple of changes for the T&T on the 23s. 3 changes in fact. Both Ali's out and Manik, and replacing them Tariq Mohammed, Lemuel Matthews and Amrit Das. Different for T&T this morning. They would have batted first yesterday. Been asked to bowl first this morning.
And again coming down the track and hits that straight to the fielder, who was essaying a shy at the stumps there. Didn't do so. And that has went on the bounce. But for the second time we've seen, Mehta has decided to use his feet here, coming down the track to Agard.
Yeah, he looks as though he wants to get after the bowling. Mehta seems like a caged lion. Wants to get one away. 6 from 15.
Edges and into the gap once again, and away for 4. This one a big edge that flew, may have gone to a 3rd slip or so, but that one was bisecting the 2 fielders, one at Joseph there and the man at Gully, and there it was certainly catchable height, but a boundary brings the partnership to 30.
Yeah, bisecting them with precise accuracy. Again, that staggered cordon. And Becky Joseph at a widest slip, 2nd slip. And the ramble ran at Gully. Fortuitous for Mehta. We know he wants to get after the bowling. He gets a boundary. A slight field change now. 3rd man. And fine leg. 2 deep fielders.
Yeah, Ratcher's now come into that 3rd man position. Exactly where the ball has gone. That's the 2nd time we've seen a boundary to that exact position. And again, this one is through the gap and down to Ratcher, who's cut it off. So just going to be 1 this time. But that's the problem with those staggered slips. Once you leave those gaps, it just seems to happen always. The ball just traveling in between the fielders, neither able to lay a glove on it.
Yeah, and again, not in full control, Mehta. But again, bisecting the 2. And they're still in that staggered position. Nothing changed there.
Except the result.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to tempt him into playing those shots. And again, this time it's a bit wide. And belated decision here by umpire James, deciding that one was a wide. Not sure if Ramdu does agree. In fact, he was having a little talk there with Mbeki Joseph, who would have played for the West Indies at the World Cup in 2020. And he would certainly know the conditions in South Africa well. Played at that World Cup alongside the likes of Jaden Seals.
Yeah, Jaden Seals, Naim Young, Keegan Simmons.
Full toss, which just going to get the 1. Matthews is there. Boy, Matthews is a big unit, isn't he? He's very agile. We saw that yesterday with his fielding.
Yeah.
Sure he's going to get his time with the ball. USA players, of course, the youngsters would have heard about the dangerous West Indies fast ball, the dangerous quartet of West Indies fast bowlers in the 1980s. They looked very much like that man, Matthews. See what he has to offer later on. Nicely driven into the gap. 2 on here, definitely. And they get there pretty easily. Couple of runs to end off the over. The USA will end over number 7 at 37 for 1. And a very good last 6 overs they've had after losing a wicket off the second ball of the match. It's been pretty good from these two, and they're starting to look much more confident now. Mehta has used his feet a couple of times, and Srivastava has been very solid indeed.
Yeah, 37 for 1. Good start. Just an update from the West Indies A team out in South Africa. Day one of that 4-day unofficial test. South Africa batting first, 278 for 9. 287 for 9. Correction. Couple of wickets for McAllister. In fact, not McAllister. Sinclair. Jaden Seals with 3. Hakeem Jordan also 3. Sherman Lewis picked up a wicket also. A good start from the boys in South Africa, Vidya.
Yeah, certainly. And they would have won in Bangladesh earlier this year. So the West Indies A team under the captaincy of Joshua De Silva. And they're looking for another series win. And with the conditions in South Africa, hard bouncy tracks, I think Joshua would appreciate that. Oh, good delivery here from Racha, starting to work up some pace now. And even on this slow track, he's still going to be a handful. Look at that current run rate, 5.05. And the T&T U23 team would be trying to get the breakthrough at this time, because this partnership is starting to develop and becoming more and more ominous as it goes along here. Good delivery again. Largely, Racha has been spot on with his deliveries. A couple of them down the leg side in the last over, which were picked off, one going for a boundary. But he's just shifted his line nicely once again, just forcing the batters to play in front of him.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work on these type of surfaces for fast bowling. With the conditions lending nice cool morning. Into his 4th over, Racha.
Nicely driven, and this is a very good shot that has gone to the boundary in a flash. 4 runs. That was so wonderfully played here. And Mehta is the man. He wants to get off to the bowling, and look at that. Bit of width on offer from Racha, and found the gap nicely.
Yeah, that was a top shot from Mehta. Got on top of the bounce, hitting on the up, and kept it down all along the ground. Nice looking boundary here for Mehta. Moves up to 17.
Down the leg side, nicely taken. Did he get an edge on that? There's a big appeal. They're all interested at the moment. The only person who's not interested is umpire Narayan, who says not out. 42 for 1. Did that flick the pad on its way through? There was definitely, because it was definitely looking that could have been a wide, so I would imagine it would have come off the pad.
Yeah, touched something on the way through to Ramdu. But the under-23s went up with an appeal. Probably for a tickle down the leg side. Nothing doing from umpire Narayan.
Better again from Racha. And, well, he's bowled 4 overs now. We've had 4 from Agard. Certainly the conditions here in terms of the weather conducive to longer spells for the fast bowlers. But will we see that for Agard? Will he get a 5th over, or will they decide to put an end to it? It looks like Matthews is going to come in to bowl here, and here he is, Lamel Matthews in now. And look at the height of this young man. Easily, maybe I'd estimate about 6'3" or so.
Yeah, big unit, Lamel Matthews. Coming on to replace Jason Agard from the northern end. Let's see what he brings to the table. First change. Again, fine leg and third man. Two deep fielders in place. Just the one slip now. Wideish first, a wideish slip again. It's almost like a third slip. Andrew Rambaran is there. Backward point, extra cover. A short cover. And Becky Joseph is there, mid-off, mid-on. Man, just behind the square, just to the right of the square leg umpire.
Here's Matthews for his first delivery. Nice gentle loosener outside the off stump, which is just guided down to that third man position.
Yeah, again played nicely from Srivastava. Opening the face. Easy run on offer. Let's see what Matthews, what sort of threat he poses here. .43 for 1. Vidya, healthy run rate, 5.2 to the over.
It's climbing all the time. Getting nicely behind that one. And Fortuny has been working with Lamel Matthews. Fortuny, of course, earning his CWI level 3 in September 2022. And Matthews, one of the players he has worked with. And he's from Point Fortin area in Trinidad that produces quite a few great sportsmen.
Yeah, first real chance I'm getting to see of Matthews. And he has a good build. Tall. All the attributes for a fast bowler. Something to work with for Coach Kelvin Williams. Really hard working coach.
Man of few words.
Yeah, he does a lot of work that public may not see. I'll tell you, these two, him and David Williams, they're real servants of Trinidad cricket.
That's a wide. Yeah, they certainly are. Kelvin Williams, part of the Trinidad and Tobago team that went on to win the Shell Shield in 1985. David Williams is also there. Williams went on to play for the West Indies. Played in that historic test match, West Indies versus South Africa in 1992, the return of South Africa to test cricket, and took some outstanding catches in that game. If you've never seen the highlights, they're on YouTube. Take a look, or you'll see an example of how good a wicketkeeper he was. Oh, it could be trouble here. Gets back in time. He's hit the stumps there. That's a good bit of work there. The man coming in, Amrit Das, another one of the lefties on the team.
Yeah. Yes, no. All's well that ends well. Srivastava wants to have a word with Mehta. Doesn't want to run out at this stage. Want to iron out.
Well, that's the last thing you want.
Issues there.
The pitch seems to have settled down. At least they've become more accustomed to the variations within this pitch in terms of the bounce. And they've quickly realized that you got to play with the vertical bat here to cover whatever bounce comes your way. Nice stop. We talked about his fielding, and there's another example of it. Matthews to his own bowling.
Yeah, good work from Matthews in his follow through. Never easy. Got down the big man. .44 for 1. Good partnership here between these two. Already 42 they've had.
Yeah, it's wide, and thought he would have gotten something on that, but Mehta tried to guide that one through the cover region. Nothing doing for him. 9 overs gone, and there's the score. 44 for 1, 17 for Mehta, 19 for Srivastava, and 19 of 25. Definitely, compared to the pitch yesterday, this one seems to be a lot better for batting. Yesterday we saw maybe the top class, the batsman at the top of the tree basically getting runs. But today, this one looks, the character of this one just a little bit different. They're right next door to each other, but like neighbors, different character indeed.
Yeah, first sign of spin, Andrew Rambaran from the southern end. Yeah, I felt as though the US batters, they were getting accustomed to the seam-up stuff. Rambaran left-arm orthodox around the wicket.
Yeah, he'll test them in different ways. He'll keep them honest because he constantly makes the batters play. One slip in place for him. And immediately getting the run off the first delivery. There's Matthews into play. And can they form a combination that will starve the Americans of runs here? Yesterday we saw the combination of Rambaran and Manik. They were able to do that well. Mahabir Singh also got into the act, picking up a couple of wickets yesterday.
Yeah, Rambaran was tidy yesterday. Tends to be most times. Two deep fielders. Man out a deep forward square. And a long off.
Almost got through him there. He will get the run though. At that one, and you can see Ratcher's holding his head, and that's the expression of most of the fielders for Trinidad and Tobago. They thought that one would have taken the leg stump.
Yeah, just catching the inner portion of the bat. Didn't know too much about that one, Meta. Still able to get the single.
Well, he's playing back to that one, and certainly a dangerous policy to Rambaran. And the pitch with variable bounce, that's not what you want to do, but he got away with that. There's Srivastava, 20 of 27, top scorer so far.
Shorter players are really good off the back foot. Video, I can tell you that they pick up length quickly. And he's done so far. Yeah. Srivastava.
Low center of gravity with the young man from the United States. Will get that one into the gap and pick up the single. A real mix of players from different parts of the U.S. I've been told that a couple of them are from Texas, some from North Carolina, and a few from California. And that would represent the main centers of cricket in the United States. Cricket is not exactly a sport you'll find in Kansas, but you'll find it in those main areas and Florida. No Floridians, though, on this team. 10 overs gone, 47 for 1. And that is the latest score here for the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. 24 runs coming in those last 5 overs.
Lemuel Matthews back for his second over. So Srivastava about to take strike here from Lemuel Matthews. Out of the power play now. Punched away. Slight misfield from Das. Allow for the extra run. But again, nicely played from Srivastava. I remember Indian batter. Remember him in the Under-19 World Cup. I think it was the Under-19 World Cup where Virat Kohli captained the Indian team to victory. Tanmay Srivastava. Not sure if there's any relation there. Utkarsh Srivastava. Not sure if I got that pronunciation right.
Now, some of these names are very I don't want to say common, but very popular names, like the Patel name. You would imagine that would have some Gujarat origin. Parth Patel, he's on the side today. And a name we're quite familiar here with in Trinidad and Tobago, Pandey. Not spelt the same way as the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Bastio Pandey.
Good delivery from Matthews.
This Rishi Pandey is Pandey, actually.
Yeah.
And there's Arya Mansouri. Don't think we'll be asking him for any Google questions. It's not Siri, by the way.
Again, quick single. And a wild show from Das. Backward point. Good backing up from Orlando James. Rifle that return.
Yeah, James actually caught that above his head. So that he's still rubbing that left wrist there. He certainly would have saved 4 runs, because had that gone past him, that would have shot away towards the boundary. Always important to have the support of your fielders, and James feeling the hurt for his art form there.
Matthews getting one to come back, and Mehta just jamming the bat down in time and able to go through for the single. Again, some shoddy running by these two. 50 coming up, by the way, 51 for 1.
It's good going here for the USA under 19s. Yesterday, just by comparison, the 50th runs coming up just about the 13th over for the West Indies under 19s. They got to the 50 just around the same time. Definitely a pitch where it's a bit better for batting here today. Wouldn't say it's ideal or perfect by any means, but it is definitely better. Bringing us to the water break.
So 51 for 1 at the end of 11 overs. And it's an unofficial water break. In fact, it's going to be drinks here at... No, it's not going to be drinks.
Well, I think we just have about 5 minutes or so before the official drinks break. It hasn't been the hottest of days, but it is tough going out there. Now remember, a lot of these youngsters, as we mentioned, are from California, they're from North Carolina, they're from Texas. The temperature there is in the low 20s, so it would be a bit of an adjustment for them coming here. So much cold, from a much colder climate to a climate where it's 30 plus every day.
Mm-hmm. Scorching heat.
Yeah, I think the umpires have been quite cognizant of that it's going to be a bit of an adjustment for their guests from North America.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran to continue. Good work off his own bowling. 3 deep fielders out. A deep extra cover. Long off. And a man at forward square. Deep forward square. Worked away nicely, but good work from Orlando James. Took a brilliant catch yesterday to get rid of Stephen Wedderburn, diving away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, he's just to the right of where you're looking at on your picture at the moment. Outstanding stuff. And these two batters with their contrasting styles have taken the US to the 50 with few alarms. That's the 50 partnership, by the way. 50 of 67 balls. That's not bad at all between these two. Contrasting styles, the shorter Srivastava and Mehta more free-flowing.
Yeah. Yeah, they've batted well in partnership here, video. They've done so with few alarms, as you mentioned. into the 12th over. Just the loss of 1 wicket.
Oh, that's a solid-looking defensive shot there from Srivastava. Very high backlift also for him. As for his opposite partner, both of them well schooled. Well, Rambaran has come to the end of his over here. 53 for 1 after the 12th over. Not sure if you had a chance to look at the selection panel of the USA under-19 team, Kadir. Very interesting reading, the selection panel of this USA under-19 team. The chairman is Amir Afzaluddin. Sajid Fernando is another one. Janisar Khan, Steve Messiah, and Alvin Kalicharan, the former West Indies player, is part of the selection panel. That's very, very interesting indeed. I know that I think he's based in California these days, where several of these players would have come under his influence. I read a story that Kodali, the captain of the USA under-19 team, actually switched from North Carolina to the California area. She moved there to work with Alvin Kalicharan, and certainly you've seen the impact on her game.
Yeah, that's interesting, quite interesting. Alvin Kalicharan, legendary West Indies player.
If you've never seen him bat, I mean, I guess the closest you would have seen to him of the modern day players, I guess Ramnaree Sawan might be the closest in terms of Sawan, of course, right-handed, but Sawan would be the closest to what you've seen from the great Alvin Kalicharan.
Yeah, classy player, Alvin Kalicharan. Loads of runs. Driven away. Protection back there, just going to be 1. What do you make of Lemuel Matthews so far? Vidya into his 3rd over.
Yeah, steady. I think, as you mentioned, a lot to work with. Of course, as his career goes on, he'll increase his pace, but he has the raw talent there already, and he has the height to go with it. I mean, you can coach players to do many things, but you can't coach them to be big.
Yeah, right on cue. With that, he has that physical presence about him.
It's not the kind of pitch that fast bowlers would love to bowl on, but I'm sure he would love to express himself a bit more on a faster track. But he's done what he needs to do. Wicket to wicket, just keep the batsman honest here. And the scoring rate, since he's come on, has dropped from just over 5 to 4.38. So don't discard his influence on what has happened here.
Yeah, steady stuff from the big man. Yorker length delivery gets through Srivastava. Good change up there from Matthews, showing that he's thinking and bowling.
Certainly is. Bit of a variation, almost defeating Mehta or Srivastava. Mehta's at the other end. Well, he's asking for a wide here. Umpire James saying no, but I think what happened is that Srivastava had actually stepped in and away from the delivery. That one may have actually passed over the leg stump. So that's why it wasn't called by the umpire.
It may have just passed above the leg stump. Again, driving nicely, a quick single, bit of fumble from Mahabir Singh, and a slight misfield, 2 extra run added to the total. 2 to finish over number 13. At the end of it, it's 57 for 1, and still no sign of drinks yet. Umpire Avinash Narayan Singh getting back into his position. Rambaran already given him his cap. So you're going to have another over here.
Rambaran Certainly, just something about his run-up just reminds me of Shane Warne. Just walks up to the bowling area and then turns over the arm. Shane Warne, of course, was very, very powerful. Big shoulders, big forearms, able to impart a lot of spin on it. Rambaran more slight in terms of his build. But Warne was a special bowler indeed. Special player. A great loss to cricket.
It certainly is. Huge loss. Once the leading wicket taker in Test cricket. Him and Mataya Muralita, and they were constantly at it. Two different spinners, but brilliant in their own ways.
Yeah, certainly. Murali ended up with 800. Shane Warne over 700 wickets in Test cricket.
Slight field change now. We're seeing a short extra cover. Jason Agard is there. There's a slip, just a one slip. Maybe therefore just that slight uppish drive from Mehta. He's going hard at some of these deliveries. Loud appeal. And they're just heading down leg side, says umpire Narain.
Yeah, it's didn't seem to trouble the batsman too much. He just went on his little walk down the leg side and he's back and ready.
It could work for Agard. Saved a certain single. Would have definitely been one.
I tell you what, Agard, he appears to be the motivation man in the dressing room. He's always talking and having a laugh with his fellow players.
Yeah, he's a live wire, Jason Agard.
And it was a bit of a theatrical dive to make the stop previously. Just that's him there on the left side, and you could see the smile on his face and just telling you, took that one on the shoulder there. Quite a character.
Yeah, fun stuff from these boys. Another big shot and through the gate. Andrew Rambaran striking here for the T&T U23s on the cusp of the drinks break. Mehta goes bowled for 21. Rambaran striking 57 for 1 at the end of 14.
Well, there was a delivery. He's played that on. He just hung it up outside the off stump. Went for the big drive. It just seemed to take the bottom edge, kissing the bottom edge, and also planting a firm kiss on the leg stump also. And he is out. So 57 for 2. And that's the breakthrough coming after a partnership of 55, Kadir. That was a pretty good partnership between these two. But Rambaran has done the trick again for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s.
Yeah, crucial breakthrough from Andrew Rambaran. And the players are getting refreshed. And we're going to have some blue waters as well. A wicket for T&T right before the drinks break. Andrew Rambaran getting the wicket of Mehta. Bowled Lemuel Matthews to continue 57 for 2 after 14 overs.
Well, it's actually good going by Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. 14 overs done in that first hour. And the reason why I mentioned that, Kadir, the fact that the 14 overs, the ICC, one of the announcements that they are due to make is that they're introducing a stop clock to regulate the pace of play. The move will be restricted to men's ODIs and T20s, and it will be tested on a trial basis between December this year and April 2024. It has been described as a radical step to prevent time wasting in matches.
He got it away nicely. Shrivastava. Just going to be one. Brings the captain, Rishi Ramesh, to the crease. He's about to face his first delivery.
And that announcement, the clock will be used to regularize the amount of time taken between overs, the ICC said in a statement earlier today. If the bowling team is not ready to bowl the next over within 60 seconds of the previous over being completed, a 5-run penalty will be imposed the third time it happens in an innings. Wonder how Karen Pollard feels about that.
He had a nightmare with that CPL.
I think we do know how he feels about that because he was very vocal in his criticism of that in the 2023 CPL. Now, that's going to be introduced. We first saw it in the CPL. Well, that debate is going to rage on from during the trial period between December and May next year.
Yeah, putting certain measures in place. You know, the captain's got to be mindful of that. You know, but so much of it, discussions and time just goes by so quickly, Vidya, that sometimes as a captain you may not realize that 60 seconds has passed. You know, and to think that it could be penalized for that.
And sometimes you do.
Yeah.
But it does favor sometimes the fielding team to just slow things down that little bit.
A quick single. Ramesh gets off the mark. In fact, misfield from Agard allows for 3 runs. So unforced error from Jason Agard.
Well, actually it was Mahabir Singh. He initially missed the ball and Agard had to do the cleaning up. He ran down to collect it. But Mahabir Singh's fielding would not be from the coaching manual at all. It just went between the legs and straight down for them to get 3 runs.
Yeah, unfortunate for Matthews. Supposed to be just a quick single from Ramesh. Instead, he's gotten 2 extra runs. He'd be pretty pleased with that. Again, a nice looking drive. Mahabir Singh it is again with another misfield. This time running very close to the boundary, but just 2. Agard does the cleaning up.
You're a very tough taskmaster, Kadir Mohammed. He dived and just couldn't get his hands to that one. But then again, you always hold yourself to a high level of fielding, don't you?
Yeah, you got to pride yourself on your fielding. And if it's one aspect of the game that you gotta always be active, is in the field. You may not necessarily bat in a game, you may not necessarily bowl, but you always got to be in the field. You gotta give of your 100%. I would oblige with you there, Vidya. It was definitely harsh on Mahabir Singh.
Well, there goes your invitation to the Mahabir Singh household for Christmas. Ramesh is going to end off the strike here.
64 for 2. 15 done. Srivastava, top scorer of the inning so far, 32 not out of 45 deliveries. Mehta and Srivastava putting on 53.
Well, 17 runs coming in that last 5-over block, and that just tells you how much the T&T U23 team have tightened the screws here, with Rambaran at one end and with Matthews at the other. Rambaran about to be replaced here. 17 runs and 1 wicket falling in those 5 overs between those two, and the scoring rate dropping from 4.8 to 3.4 in that 5-over block. So definitely the under-23s are starting to apply the pressure for the USA under-19 team.
Yeah, it's been a steady bowling performance by the T&T under-23 boys so far. Mahabir Singh into the attack now. Gets a chance now with ball in hand. Had a decent spell yesterday. Here he is to Srivastava.
Well, the USA choosing their team for the qualifiers, for which enable them to get to the World Cup from the USA Men's Under-19 Championship, which took place at Woolley Cricket Fields in Van Nuys, California. And this gentleman at the non-strikers end, that's Rishi Ramesh. He was the batter of the tournament and the MVP of the tournament. Arya Garg, who is off the team today, he was the bowler of the tournament.
Yeah, delivery that just staying down on Srivastava, getting the bat down in time. And just articulate into that there, just a knock on that spot.
Yeah, just for emphasis to say that that's not going to happen again. Srivastava played for the South Zone winners, the Midwest Zone player of the match in the third place playoff in those championships.
Good steady stuff from Mahabir Singh. 5 scoreless deliveries. He's want to finish this over out probably a dot delivery. And he does so. Good start for the off spinner. A maiden one. 16 done. Score remains at 64 for 2.
Yeah, pretty good start here from Mahabir Singh. It was quite impressive yesterday with his 2 wickets. And he was the one that really turned the screws, put the pressure on the West Indies under-19s. Ultimately, T&T under-23 couldn't do much more than that yesterday, as the West Indies under-19s, they justified their favourites tag, going on to win by 7 wickets in that match. But Mahabir Singh, one of the bright sparks for the T&T under-23 team. And Rambaran's been switched over to the other side now. We saw this yesterday also. Very comfortable. He's quite a utility player, isn't he? He's really unfussed in the way that he goes about his business. You never hear him involved in anything untoward. He's quiet. You say good morning to him, he gives you a little smile, and he goes about his business. He's quite a polite young man, and certainly won quite a few awards at the Trinidad and Tobago Awards earlier this year. I believe he was the Under-19 Youth Cricketer of the Year, wasn't he?
Yeah. Really good man to have around. Rambaran always gives of his best. Always gives you 100%. And yeah, as you mentioned, real utility man.
And Ramesh with that Rachin Ravindra hairstyle of his hidden under that helmet.
Lovely bright pink gloves there too.
Yeah, similar color uniforms to what you see from the U.S. football team, who last night.
Yeah, very good result for Soca Warriors. A 2-1 win for them. Game, of course, taking place at Hasely Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain. But
Trinidad and Tobago defeating the USA yesterday by 2-1. Alvin Jones again returning to haunt the USA. Another winning goal against the USA. He's had 5 goals in his career, and 2 of them have been winning goals against the USA. Imagine that.
Yeah. Alvin Jones.
That's, of course, action in the CONCACAF Nations League. T&T, however, losing the first leg 3-0 and going out of that competition at the semi-final. They're out of the semi-finals. USA are in.
Again down the leg side, and they're going to come through for leg bye. Just asking a question there, Rambaran, but it's definitely heading down the leg side.
Well, Panama also going through yesterday. They defeated Costa Rica 3-1 and won the first leg 3-0, so they're into the semis. Our Caribbean neighbors, Jamaica, will be in action tonight. Jamaica taking on Canada. Canada won the first leg in Jamaica 2-1. And Jamaica will be facing Canada at the BMO Field in Toronto. That's the home ground of the Toronto FC. So good luck to our Caribbean neighbors, Jamaica. Let's hope that you can do a little bit better than our boys did. But great effort from the Trinidad and Tobago team under the captaincy of Angus Eve. Also tonight, Mexico taking on Honduras in that championship.
Yeah, real action-packed stuff. CONCACAF Nations League. Still a chance for the Soca Warriors to go through to the Copa America.
Yeah, that's right. 2024, playing in the USA, of course. And it'll be a tough task because they'll have to play one of the losing teams. Right now, one of those is Costa Rica. And it could be either Canada, Jamaica, or Mexico and Honduras. And
pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison. That's right. Whether you fall out of the 15th floor or the 16th floor, they can all be harmful to your life.
Mahabir Singh starts another over. 65 for 2. What do you make of the approach from the US since the fall of that early wicket of Chetapali?
Yeah, they've done what they needed to. Yeah, they have a solid partnership coming up at just about 5 runs and over between Mehta and Srivastava. Srivastava very much the bedrock of that partnership with his steady stuff.
Yeah, Foom pushed to mid-off. No chance of a single. But
well, for Ramesh, he has fitted in ideally in terms of his approach, similar to the approach of Mehta. A bit more stylish in terms of his batting style. We've seen that from a few fluent drives than the more steady Mehta.
Again, getting a single this time. Ramesh is getting off strike. But it's been a good comeback, if you could say that, from the under-23 boys. At the end of 10, it was 43 for 1. So these 7.5 overs were really good from them.
Scoring rate has really declined here.
Yeah, end of another good over from Mahabir Singh. Just one coming from it. 66 for 2.
11 dot balls for Mahabir Singh so far. That is absolutely phenomenal from him. And the 2 overs, and very economical again, just as he was yesterday. So he is continuing on this trend here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So we had Rambaran from the southern end and Matthews from the northern end, really causing that scoring rate for the US to plummet. Now with Mahabir Singh, was even more miserly with his bowling, and Rambaran at the other end. They're trying to apply the pressure here, so we could see something break within the next couple of overs.
Here Rambaran returns another quick single, shy of the stumps from Das, and again good backing up from Orlando James. Still able to come through for the single, though Srivastava. But this, in fact,
Faster delivery that time from Rambaran, mixing up his pace well. But Srivastava has been here for quite a while. 53 balls he's faced already, and he's played straight all the way through. Was equal to it.
Yeah, these are probably the two better batters in the USA team. Srivastava and Ramesh. Captain, of course, Rishi Ramesh. But a good opportunity for the under 23 boys to just string together some tight overs. These two doesn't seem to want to play that big shot. Seem to be more conventional, scoring their runs, accumulator of getting their runs.
I think if anything, we might see the big shot, a bit of a play action there. We might see the big shot come more likely from Ramesh, who has shown that fluency in his driving already. But as for Srivastava, he really is the cornerstone of the innings. He's setting himself up for that.
Another quick single and a slight misfeel again from Agard. Not for the first time this morning. Allows for extra runs. Two coming there. And at the end of 19, it's 69 for 2.
So that's pushed into the gap, and that's what Srivastava has been about here today. 34 runs, 57. I don't think he has a boundary so far. It's been a lot of singles, singles mostly outside of the couple doubles that have been allowed for him. But he has been doing the bulk of the scoring. Ramesh, you feel, wants to get on with it. 5 or 14 so far. But he's hit the fielders a couple of times when he's gone into those expansive drives.
Yeah, loud appeal again. And again, not out is the call from umpire Narayan. Maybe doing a bit too much at that time. Don't think it was a question of height. Mahabir Singh was convinced, like all bowlers are.
It could hit the batsman on the padded square leg. They still appeal for it.
Another easy single this time. Chagasar mid-off. But what do you make of the T&T's under 23s in the field?
Not the easiest of conditions, first of all, but there have been a few stops that should have been made. Mahabir Singh himself has been guilty of a couple of those.
Going past the edge this time. A slight drift. Just running on with the arm.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? 2 runs off the first 15 deliveries he's bowled.
Yeah, that is miserly stuff from Mahabir Singh, but he's bowled well. He's varied his pace nicely, not afraid to throw it up there. Avinash Mahabir Singh.
Well, unlike yesterday where he was coming up against the likes of Ware, who can hit the long ball very well. He does have the ability to he threw up a couple and they disappeared quickly, so he learned his lesson against Ware. Certainly not the same character of batters here today.
Yeah, this time working this one, Srivastava nicely down to long on. It's going to keep the strike with that single. 71 for 1. 35 from 61 for the diminutive right-hander Utkarsh Srivastava. Bhavya Mehta with 21.
Well, as we talked about, the under-19s certainly applying the pressure. Well, get this, in the last 5 overs, just 7 runs scored. Mahabir Singh 3 runs of his 3. He's been mainly responsible for that, and with Rambaran at the other end, just 7 runs scored in the last 5 overs. So the under 23s continuing to apply the pressure here.
Yeah, putting the squeeze. Spinners doing a good job. Spin from both ends. Two different type of spinners too. Left arm orthodox of Andrew Rambaran and the right arm off spin of Mahabir Singh. They've worked well in partnership. So much times you hear about batting partnerships, video, but bowling partnerships are equally as important as a batting partnership. In the air, just short of Mahabir Singh at backward point. It was a brave effort from him. I don't think there was nothing that he could do about that one.
Well, that was a very brave attempt, as you said. That was dropping at least 6 feet in front of him, and he really tried to make a catch out of it. But what he almost did was succeeding in wearing that on the left side of his face, because that didn't pass very far from him. But good alert work by his fellow fielder to pull that one back in.
Yeah, in the air, and Rambaran just palming that one over the bar. And Agard can't get it. Can't pull it back from going into the boundary. 4 runs here to Ramesh, but a chance for Rambaran.
Technically, that was in fact a chance, but look where the ball ends up. Now, look at this again. He hits this with extreme power, and now Rambaran gets the hands on it. Now, look where it ends up. It actually goes for 4. So that tells you this was a full-blooded shot off the bat of Ramesh. So Rambaran very lucky to get onto... Well, at least to get a hand to that. I think there was more self-preservation rather than really attempting to catch that one.
Yeah, I think if I ask Andrew, he's going to say a drop chance. He prides himself on his fielding. Usually a safe pair of hands. But yeah, it was hit firmly by Ramesh.
And Ramesh, just like the man he idolizes, the double R in his name, same initials as Rachin Ravendra. Ramesh is on 10 of 19 deliveries with that one boundary. And Srivastava 36 of 64, the bedrock of the innings so far for the US Under-19 team. So far, if you're a US Under-19 fan and you're watching on the stream right now, sure you'd be reasonably pleased with what you've seen from your team. Outside of that delivery that really surprised Chettipalayam, the 3 batters who have come in so far have really excelled.
Yeah, they've coped to the conditions, the USA Under-19s. I'm not sure of how familiar they would be with conditions here in Trinidad, but they've certainly done well. This one in the air and just short of Orlando James at mid-on. It was airy-fairy for a while. And if he couldn't get to that, then no one can.
Yeah, the man from Women Tobago took a really spectacular special effort yesterday to dismiss Stephen Wedderburn.
Again, this time pulling away. Yeah, his protection there, Racha it is. Can't stop the 2.
Unusual bit of running there from Srivastava. Had to run round the umpire. And luckily he got back in. That would have been interesting if the wicket was hit. Looking for a change here. The mid-wicket has been brought a few meters to his right for Ramesh.
Yeah, already.
Just get a feeling that Ramesh wants to get on with it, and he's talking constantly to his partner. I think he wants to get a bit of drink of water. He's been in there for a little while.
Slightly uppish again from Ramesh.
And again asking for the water. Now, he hasn't been in there for a very long while. I'll tell you what, it's been maybe about 15 minutes or so.
Quick delivery from Mahabir Singh, well watched by Ramesh.
Yeah, I think it's because of the climate here. He hasn't quite adapted well so far.
So pinches the strike, Rishi Ramesh, and he's going to get that drink of water now. Vidya is going to refresh himself.
Yeah, he certainly needs it at the moment. Oh, they get another run. That's another poor bit of cricket there from the under-23s. And Mahabir Singh is not going to be happy. 3 runs off his first 3 overs now. 4 runs coming off that one. He will certainly... 4 runs in total, that is, coming off that particular over. So he's not going to be very happy indeed. Ramesh out of the state of Texas, played for the Dallas Mustangs and the Houston Hurricanes. I would even imagine he's from one of those towns, just 18 years of age, appointed to captain the USA at the Under-19 World Cup. Only the 3rd USA Under-19 captain. Big honor for him.
Yeah, it certainly is for young Rishi Ramesh. But a lot of cricket happening in the US at this current time. Vidya, the USL is taking place, and so too the MCL, I think, is going on. The minor league cricket.
Minor league, that is. Yeah. There's another MCL, which finished with Nicholas Puran scoring a sensational 100 to lead his team to victory.
That was the MLC.
That's the MLC, Major League Cricket.
Yeah.
MCL, MLC. The word salad of American cricket.
Word salad, I like that one. Andrew Rambaran to continue. 6 overs, 1 for 13. What sort of score you think the US, having assessed the conditions here for 22 overs now, what sort of score do you think they'd be looking to get here?
Well, 250 would have been, they would have been hoping for 250 when they were going along at 5 and over. Right now, the projected score is 181. So anything over 200 right now, 200, 225, I think they'd be happy if they get to that. They are building the platform for it, and despite the loss of Mehta for 21, these two look very capable of doing so. Once Srivastava stays there, they could get to that total.
Again, hands on head from Rambaran, but again down the leg side. But yeah, I think he is the one that is probably tasked with trying to bat as deep as possible. Srivastava, 37 now from 69. And maybe he's going to allow the other batters to just bat around him. Slip and 2 catching covers. 2 fielders close on the offside.
Yesterday, the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team were bowled out for 153. And that certainly will be on the minds of the USA also. They were able to knock them over, the West Indies on the 19s.
Up and over from Srivastava. Nice looking shot into out and away for 4. Good looking shot from Srivastava.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of this from him. It's been a lot of singles and doubles, but this time he picks up the boundary nicely. That one just a bit too full there from Rambaran. Just lifted it over extra cover and picked up the boundary well. I'll give him some confidence. He's heading up towards what will be the first 50 of the series for the US Under-19s, and it'll be a deserved one for him.
Yeah, batted well. Played the situation nicely. That one, pure timing. This time, a lot more power, but can't get past Das at a short cover. So a dot delivery to finish off the over. At the end of it, it's 85 for 2.
Well, they'll be hoping for a bit of acceleration here, the US towards the end. Still very much in the middle overs of the match. And if these two can stay together perhaps until about the 35th, 40th over, then we might see a bit more expressive batting from them. And certainly Ramesh would want to, I think he's the one who's going to show up what he's made of later on if he can stay that long. They have a couple of batsmen to come and really start to apply the pressure. This is, of course, an exciting time for these guys.
Yeah. So far, so good. from these two, but they've done well up to this point. Just 2 wickets lost. And trying to whip that one on the onside, and through the gate, Ramesh goes bowled by Mahabir Singh. That pressure paying off now. 85 for 3. Ramesh goes for 14.
It really was on the cards there, and Mahabir Singh has done the trick here for his team. And when you concede only 7 or 8 runs in your first 4 overs, he's been very difficult to get away. And Ramesh losing patience here, just going for the big drive, and he was off balance. He really lost his shape. If perhaps we see that once again, I think his back foot was actually off the ground when he played that shot, trying to flick that through the onside, and he goes for, is it 14 that he went for? And 85 for 3 now, the USA, and Mahabir Singh is struck once again.
Yeah, classic off spinners dismissal from Mahabir Singh. Give it a bit of air just outside the off stump, and some turn on offer. But not a good shot from Captain Rishi Ramesh, you have to say. He's off balance, as you mentioned, not in full control. He's given his wicket away. A new batter is Arjun Mahesh, wicketkeeper batter, right-hander. Good breakthrough here for the under-23 boys. Pressure paying off. A couple of tight overs previously. In fact, about 10 relatively quiet overs. And within that time, they were able to pick up 2 wickets.
In fact, 22 runs in 10 overs by the USA on the 19 team. Just a measure of how much control the T&T on the 23s have had after what was a bright start from the USA team, but they've been pulled back in. They've been reined in here by the T&T under 23, and now the T&T under 23 team starting to land a few telling blows. The latest by Mahabir Singh. Don't forget that Ramesh was also dropped by Rambaran in the last over.
Yeah, not making the most of his missed opportunity. Looking for a quick single. Mahesh, unresponsive, was Srivastava. Last thing they want now is a run out. Both batters with low sense of gravity. I wonder who is the taller of the two.
Well, there's a term called splitting hairs. That would certainly be it. Both young gentlemen.
Yeah. Lap sweeping, wanted a single, and Matthews just had to put in the dive to compensate for some backspin. But it's a successful over for Mahabir Singh, a wicket maiden. It is from him. 24 overs done. It's 85 for 3.
Not sure which is taller, but I'd have to tell you the one who is taller is the one who had the shower last. Wetter here? Yeah, that's the one who's shorter. 85 for 3 after 24 overs. Mahesh in, and these two youngsters were part of the USA team that qualified for the ICC Under-19 World Cup. They were the last team to qualify for the World Cup, actually. USA winning 5 of their 6 matches. They beat Bermuda at the start of their qualification, but lost to Canada in their next game. They defeated Bermuda again and beat Argentina twice. And in one of their games, they actually scored 515, believe it or not. And in the last game, which was a rain-threatened game, a 22-over side game, they actually went on to beat Canada, and that's they were able to win that game as a result and qualify. So it was a straight fight between the USA and Canada for the place in the World Cup. USA claimed that spot. First time in 14 years that the USA will be going to the Under-19 World Cup.
A big achievement for this particular group of guys. I'm sure they're going to relish that experience. Edi and Racha back now from the northern end, back for his second spell. Switch events for him. But Srivastava, he's looked largely on trouble since his arrival at the crease. 41 from 73. Almost to that halfway stage. The US, I think the thing that they could take away the most is that they've not given their wickets away. They've held their nerve. Nice looking push again. And again a slight misfield from James. Add another one to the total. Ground feeling has not been at the highest level from the under-23s.
It hasn't been for any of the teams that we've seen so far. It's fairly difficult conditions out there. Still a little bit wet in some parts, and maybe not wet, but it is a little bit soft in some parts. So there will be a couple of odd misfields. Plus the ground staff would probably tell you that because of the rains, they haven't been able to cut the grass as well as they would have liked. So maybe a few odd and bad slices of luck for the fielders here and there.
Yeah, but you got to give the ground staff credit. They've done a remarkable job in getting us some play. Again, another wild throw. At that time from Rambaran. But yeah, they've done a remarkable job in allowing us to have play.
Yeah, they've done a very good job here because a couple of days ago, remember, 2 matches already missed in this competition.
Again, just eased into the gap. Should just be one. Yeah. You know, it's never easy being a ground staff here. It's a tiring job. It's a selfless job.
It is a tiring job, indeed. And then you have commentators talking about your work all the time. Can't tell you the last time that seen commentators go onto the ground and there aren't a few, as we say, cut-eye looks here in Trinidad at the commentators. And if you're wondering what cut-eye means, it's a very Trinidadian term. Translates into if looks could kill.
Best way to describe it. Another quick single. Shy at the stumps, and he's been given out. Srivastava making his way to the non-strikers end, and Orlando James coming in just underarming and hitting the stumps. So Srivastava has to go run out for 42, 87 for 4.
Well, what a breakthrough this is. Srivastava very much setting himself up as the foundation of this USA innings, and now he's gone, and that's a fine bit of fielding there by James. We saw that outstanding catch to dismiss Wedderburn yesterday, a diving catch to his left. This time, his ground fielding quite astute, kept his eyes on the ball, and really picked it up and flicked it underarm, hit the stumps. Look at it again. Look where James is. Look at the anticipation. Gets in there quickly, and look at that. Srivastava knew he was in trouble. He put in the dive, but didn't do so. Didn't make his ground in the opinion of the umpire, Denzel James, and he has to go. And there's a new man in here for the USA team. This is Nayak. Manav Nayak is in, and another one of these shorter players from the United States. And these two, a tall order here for the 2 shortest players on the team.
Yeah, I mentioned the last thing that the US would have wanted would have been a run out. Unfortunately, Srivastava went for a top score of 42, but again, brilliant work from Orlando James. And we were just talking about the fielding and how sloppy it was at times, but this time, some good work in the outfield from Orlando James and company, resulting in another wicket. So 2 relatively new batters to the crease, Nayak and Arjun Mahesh, who's just been there for 6 deliveries. And looks to be another bowling change. Amrit Das in for this game, and he's into the attack.
Yeah, well, he is one of the changes, as you mentioned. Samir Ali, Nicholas Ali, and Justin Manick, 3 of the bowlers out yesterday. And with the closeness of these matches, you would expect a fair amount of squad rotation by David Williams and Kelvin Williams. The unrelated Williams is in charge of the team. These are the 3 changes here. Almost like a pitching roster in a baseball series, isn't it? So 3 out, 3 in. Let's see what Das has to offer here. In this one, the left armer.
Left arm orthodox. It's going to be operating from over the wicket to the right hander. Slip in place. Backward point. Extra cover. Cover. Mid off. Long on. At a man at cow corner. Is that a straightish mid wicket? And a deep backward square. Mid wicket in there also. Who's a wrist spinner? Amrit Das. That's a rarity.
One of the rarer arts that you'll see in the game. Left arm wrist spin. There he is. On homing in on the off stump.
Driven away nicely into the gap from Nayak. Running very close to the boundary. A teaser. And Tariq Mohammed it was giving chase. And I think he's done just enough to save a boundary. Still able to get 3 runs there. Good running from Nayak and Mahesh.
Well struck, though, by Mahesh. Just picking up Mahesh on strike now, facing up to Das for the first time. Not sure if he's seen a lot of left-arm wrist spinners, though.
Yeah, this is a rare art, as you mentioned. Wrist spinner, we've not seen Trinidadian wrist spinner since I think it was...
Well, Christopher Ramsaran, of course, our colleague, is a left-arm wrist spinner. But in terms of the national level...
Emil Raja might be the last left-arm wrist spinner to represent T&T. The brother of Isaiah Raja.
And the son of Anil Raja.
Son of Anil Raja, yeah. Christopher Ramsaran also. Dave Tadpole Mohammed.
Yeah, Dave would have played Test cricket. Last to play Test cricket for the West Indies. The left-arm wrist spinner.
Yeah. Taddy, as he's famously known. Do you remember that shoe celebration video?
Yeah, he certainly dismissed Chris Gale in Caribbean T20 match. In fact, the trophies are still sitting right beside where we're doing commentary on the Caribbean T20. That's the early forerunner to the CPL tournament that's taking place now.
Yeah, going across the line. And not out is the call. May have just been heading down the leg side. A bit of spin there from Das. Not a bad start from him. Just 4 coming from the over. 26 done, 91 for 4.
Interesting, in that over, he bowled all of the deliveries with a stock delivery for the left-arm wrist spinner coming into the right-hander. No sign of the googly yet, so he's just trying to rebuild his... he's just trying to get himself into a rhythm. We haven't seen the googly from him just yet. I'm sure he's going to unveil that at some point to the right-handed batsman. But a good solid start there by Amrit Das. Of course, the left-arm wrist spinner, the term usually associated with them, the largely unused term now, it's considered politically incorrect. That's the Chinaman. That term named after a Trinidadian, actually. Kadir, as you would well know. 26 overs gone here, 91 for 4. 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. So that one kept a little bit low there from the bowler back on. That's Adrian Racha. Adrian Racha. Yeah. So Racha back on the park here. And look at his figures in his 6th over, 9 for 17. And he has bowled well. A couple of boundaries from deliveries that he bowled down the leg side, but largely he's been bowling wicket to wicket here. No slip in place for him. So the USA fortunes looking a little bit darker here in the last last 10 overs or so. They were going quite well at 57 for 1. Now it's 87 for 4 when the last wicket fell. 91 for 4 now. A big task on the hands of these two, Mahesh and Nayak. We're just about the halfway point, and these two have to do a rebuild job here over the next 15 overs or so.
Yeah, well and truly into the middle order now of the US. And a good call from Mbeki Joseph to bring back one of his frontline bowlers in Racha. Just maybe looking to pick a wicket here. They feel as though if they could effect that, they could really sink their teeth into the US batting lineup.
Yesterday, the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s collapsed in a big way. They'll be hoping to inflict something of a similar nature here on the USA. T&T on the 23s were 112 for 3 and then were bowled out for 153. The last 7 wickets going down for 41 runs. A massive collapse from the T&T under 23s. I'm sure they've had a discussion on that. USA will not want that to happen here to them.
Yeah, major collapse from the T&T under 23s yesterday. A bit of misfield there from Rambaran. All's well that ends well.
Well, that's when your reputation precedes you. They know he's very astute in the field. And even when there was a little blemish in his technique, they still couldn't go for it because he had gotten enough of his left hand on it to stop the ball from getting significantly past him. Projected score continues to plummet here for the USA. It's down to 173 now. Well, they don't want another run out. They got the run significantly there. It's looked a little bit brighter here, as you might detect. That's because the sun is back out with us. It's disappeared behind the clouds largely for the past couple of hours, but now it's back out, and Trinidad and Tobago have been turning up the heat on the USA, and the elements ditto for them.
Yeah. Good stuff from the T&T boys. Stringing together some good tight overs. An update from Antigua. West Indies Academy have bowled out the emerging Ireland for 175 in the third one-day game there in that Academy series.
Overs come to an end here. 93 for 4 at the end of 27 overs.
Teddy Bishop, in fact Joshua Bishop with 3. Ashmead Ned also picking up 3 wickets. McKenny Clark also got 1. 3 for Kevin Wickham too. 3 for 42. Good bowling effort from both West Indies teams, the A team and the Academy boys.
Yeah, of course, the 3 West Indies teams in action at this time. The West Indies under 19s also here. Those are the 3 feeder teams for the West Indies senior team. Of course, one of the big talking points right now is the selection of the West Indies ODI squad, which was announced yesterday. Oh, there's Das. This one was coming back in, and he covered the spin well there, Mahesh, coming down the track. As we mentioned, the first of the left-arm wrist spinners was Ellis Achong, would have played for the West Indies back in the 1930s. 1933 was a delivery that changed his life and changed the terminology used in cricket for left-arm wrist spinners. Yeah. That's straight to the field and out. Went for the big shot, and that was an easy catch there at cover, and the 4th, and another wicket down, the 5th wicket down now for the USA, and an easy catch there in the end. And Mahesh just chancing his arm against the spin of Das, and he has to go back for 3.
Yeah, playing against the spin there, Mahesh, and offering a relatively easy catch for Racha at backward point. It was down the track too, but didn't cover for the spin, and a 5th wicket goes down. The USA slipped now to 93 for 5. Das picking up a breakthrough.
Well, that's 3 wickets now down for 8 runs, so a little bit of a slide here for the USA. Shades of what we saw from the T&T U23 team yesterday, and Das is proving to be a bit of a handful here. Not sure how many left-arm wrist spinners these USA players have come up against, but he is providing a real challenge for them here. Patel is the new man in, and he's heading out there, the man with number 14 on his back, Path Patel, and he is in to do battle for his team.
Yeah, Amr Das, as we mentioned, a bit of a rarity in these parts, but so far so good. And I think bowlers like Das and company, when we unearth these sort of talents, we really need to make full use of them. Gotta get them in some sort of camp, some sort of academy, and really harness their what they can do.
Well, that's a point that our colleague Christopher Ramsaran was making in a recent interview I saw published online, where he was talking about the fact that these spinners, the rarity, as you mentioned, of these spinners, the talent really has to be nurtured. And drawing on his own experience, was saying that you're seeing the left-arm wrist spinners from other countries being brought in to play in the CPL, when we have a lot of these young left-arm wrist spinners that could get the nod in front of them, and at least the opportunity to play and expand their talents and test their talents at the higher levels. Now that's easily a wide.
Yeah, maybe not at the T20 level video. It's not gonna really do their developmental any good. You want to get them playing longer versions of the game. And I mean, there are spinners in the modern T20 game that have been really, really successful. Nur Ahmad comes to mind. Kuldeep Yadav, also of modern time. But these guys have played a lot of first-class cricket. Mm-hmm. You've got to give them the opportunities, these youngsters.
Slowly spinning into him, and dealt with that one well. Wakar Salankil is another one.
Yeah.
Comes to mind. Played for the TKR, helped them to win a couple of matches in the 2023 CPL. Also another youngster from South, Ryan Bandu, another left armer. He's working with Dave Mohammed, I understand. Just one, I think, we saw in the maybe a couple of left-arm wrist spinners we saw in the recently concluded Super 50. Dennis Bulai out of Jamaica was one of them that we saw in the competition.
Yeah. As we mentioned, a rarity in these parts. So successful over for Das comes to an end. 28 done, 94 for 5.
Yeah, so the USA on the 19s rocked here by 3 quick wickets. The third wicket going down at 64 for 3. Sorry, correction. 85 for 3, and then wickets falling at 87 and 93. So 3 wickets for 8 runs for the USA. So another task here for Nayak and Patel. They have a lot of work to do here to rescue things for the USA. And over 28, we're going to see the return here of Jason Agard. And with Das at one end. And you talked about, Kadiri, about the bowling partnerships and the importance of getting bowling partnerships. That's where it tests the acumen of the captain. Which bowlers are going to bowl well in tandem here? And with Das doing so well at one end here, Kadiri, left arm wrist spinner. Now we have the left arm pacer at the other end. Is this the correct combination here for T&T?
Yeah, just 2 of us for Adian Racha and Jason Agard, another frontline seamer. But yeah, spin at one end, seam up at the other. It could work in your favor. Jason Agard has Bowled his 4 overs, 1 for 26.
They're
Starts with
asking for a catch here. Umpire James says not out. He thought there was a catch at the wicket there. Agard had gone down to the other end and was already celebrating, and just the hand motions telling you that he's very upset that that wasn't given.
Yeah, it seemed to brush something on the way through. Definitely because it was not given a wide. Agard was confident there was some bat involved.
Even Mahabir Singh was there making a polite inquiry of the batter. Did you touch that or did you not?
Yeah, a good take 2 from Ramdu down the leg side. Skipping has been good, Kyle Ramdu. He's not given up much in terms of pies.
Well, certainly not the level of complaint from Agar that we saw from the U.S. defender, Serginho Dest, yesterday in the match against USA and Trinidad and Tobago. He got a yellow card. He actually got 2 yellow cards within the space of a minute. And he was mouthing obscenities. He seems to, I was doing some lip reading, he seems to have a very good command of Anglo-Saxon expletives. Of course, the referee was having none of it. He sent him out. And that's something that in cricket, that there's been a lot of talk about that, about controlling the behavior of players by using that similar system, the red card, the white card, red card, a yellow card system as is used in football. But different format, of course. Even the use of substitutes in cricket is something that has been jealously guarded in terms of our game.
Closest. Oh, that one's staying down on Nayak. It's on the back foot looking to pull. But again, that invariable bounce. The closest that we've come to that is the impact player in the IPL.
Yes, that's right. Impact player is the closest to it. Substitutes have been used in football since the 1960s.
Yeah.
Not so much in cricket.
Unless you're a concussion substitute.
That's right. First, of course, happened in that Ashes series, didn't it?
Manus Labuschagne.
Yeah, coming in for Steve Smith. There must have been a West Indian involved somewhere. Jofra Archer produced some fine bouncers and put Steve Smith out of the game.
Yeah. Feisty Ashes series. Like we've always been accustomed to.
Yeah, they always are. Good bit of fielding here. And the captain Joseph down on the boundary. Not often you see that, but that brings an end to the over. 29 overs gone now. And at the end of it, a single to end it off. 96 for 5 for the USA. And the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. A critical juncture of the match for them here. They can't afford to let this USA team off the hook. A definite chance for them to really pick up a couple more wickets. And they'll be well and truly into the tail here. And Das, since he has come back in, has rung the changes. And after that first over from Agard, thought he had a wicket off the first couple of deliveries, but let's see how he turns out. Can he provide enough pressure at the other end to support Das, who is certainly doing so with his unusual skill set from the southern end?
Yeah, not afraid to flight. To give it some air, Amir Das. Generous flight. Already had success. 1 for 5 into his third over. Better turn there. Slow turn on the surface. What do you make of the surface as compared to yesterday?
Much better. It's a hugely improved surface. A lot better for batting here. Cut away, and he will get a couple of runs. Certainly will get 2 easily. Fieldsman now getting onto it. And they're inching closer and closer to the 100. And look at that projected score. Dropping after every over. Now up to 165. But it was in the region of over 200 at one point. And a measure of how much control the under 23s have exerted over this game. And the spinners really have done the job here once again on this surface. Well, that's one that was just got away from the spinner and got the treatment. Hit behind square for 4 runs. And a no ball also. It's going to be a free hit. Could be some more damage here to the bowling figures of Amrit Das.
Yeah, another good delivery from Das.
Yeah, I think he was going to try. He was trying to get the googly in there. I got the feeling that one was coming out of the back of the arm instead of the side of the arm, of the hands, correction. I just got away from him and pulled behind square. So let's see. Free hit coming.
We'd have that sort of leniency with wrist spinners. Let's see how he responds here. Free hit.
Another full toss behind square again. It's not going to go to the boundary this time. Matthews is there and keeps it down to a single. So a couple of ordinary deliveries here from Das. He's bowled some good ones so far. And as he's gotten into his third over now you're going to start to see more of the back of the arm stuff here from him. But he hasn't gotten control of it just yet.
And Nayak not happy. Missed out on a really bad delivery from Amrit Das.
And Patel is off the mark.
Sure.
And with a lovely shot that could go to the ropes. Good work there by Jagisar, pulling that one back. That's a good chase by Jagisar. Tell you what, many times you see, once that ball gets on that little slope in that region of the field, it runs away for 4. And Jagisar has done that just in front of the national senior coach, David Furlong, who was passing there. And he got a compliment from Furlong. You could have seen the smile on his face. Furlong complimenting him on his chase. There's the end of the over. And at the end of it, dot ball to end off 106. 100 and end of the 30th over. And, well, the umpires are asking for a little bit of water. The umpire Narayan feeling the heat at the moment. Certainly has amped up in terms of the temperature over the last 20 minutes or so, with the sun peeking out from behind those puffy white clouds above us finally. And even the batters are calling for some water. Nayak and Patel are in favor of a drink at the moment. Patel facing up to the first time to Jason Agard, who is back in for his second over in his second spell. USA on the 19 team trying to get a score of some substance here to threaten this T&T on the 23 team and get off to a good start in their 5 matches here in Trinidad. So they certainly will be looking for something in the region of 225. Right now, the projected score, 173. So they will have to up the rate of scoring here. The problem is 5 batters already in the hutch. 42 for Srivastava. Good shot. Oh, through the hands of the fielder. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. Could have been another wicket. Did that hit the ground before getting to him? Which I think that was definitely a catch he was putting down. Yeah, the bat was just coming up as he hit it. Went straight to Rambaran, and that's the second catch put down by Rambaran today. Not often you see him drop a catch, much less 2. And now Agard has put down 1. Hit straight back, powerfully past him. Not sure if he got a touch onto it. Might be a bit unkind to the youngster, but that goes for 4. Very powerfully hit. These 2 U.S. batsmen have decided they're going to hit their way out of trouble here. It was to his right hand, by the way. Agard is very much left-handed. And that one raced all the way back. And Denzel James, the former first-class player, had to duck out of the way. So often you see when you have former players, the instinct is to reach the hands towards the ball. not happening there in that time with umpire James. So definitely more jeopardy in the play of the USA at the moment. A couple of drop chances here in this over. Well, that's better there from Nayak. 19 of 20 deliveries so far. Patel, 2 of 8. And Agard, 1 for 32. Most expensive of the bowlers so far. But then again, he's an attacking bowler. So the attacking bowlers tend to go for some runs.
Yeah. Here's a wicket-taking bowler, Jason Agard. Seems to be another slow delivery.
Yeah, so he's mixing it up well here. Very expressive players, Jason Agard. You always know what's going on with him. If a wicket's gone, he's all excited, but then when chances go down, the shoulders just drop a little bit. After 31 overs, there's the score. The USA on the 19s, 113 for 5, and that's going to bring us to the second water break. At the first one an hour ago, it was 57 for 2. The USA have lost 3 wickets in that period, and they've added 56 runs. So even scoring in terms of the USA. However, they've lost 3 more wickets during the last hour, and that has left us with a score at 113 for 5 at the water break.
So 113 for 5 after 31 overs. Manav Nayak, 19 from 22. Parth Patel, 2 from 8. Avinash Mahabir Singh is going to come back into the attack. 5 overs previously. 1 for 8. This figure starts off with a dot delivery. He's been excellent for Captain and Becky Joseph. Joseph at long on. Still one slip. A backward point. Extra cover. Mid off. Long on. Deep mid wicket. Square leg and a mid wicket inside the circle. Another well flighted delivery from Mahabir Singh. That's been his hallmark throughout the time that we've seen him. Varying his pace nicely. Not afraid to flight those deliveries. Bit of purchase for him there too. Wants a slight field change. And pulling out right at the last moment, Parth Patel. After a bit of an overcast morning, blue skies and hot sun is here with us now. High clouds, blue skies, brilliant day for cricket. Just about lunchtime in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Parth Patel just a shimmy down the track. Can't beat the field. Again, 5 dot deliveries from Mahabir Singh. Continues to be miserly, continues to be economical. And made over right after the drinks break. Good start from him. Score remains at 113 for 5. Still 18 overs remains in the USA under 19's innings. Half the team back inside. So a bit of a rebuilding job for Patel and Nayak. Projected score is at 177. At this current rate, 3.5 it is to the over. Jason Agard to continue. It's been a bit on the expensive side so far today. 6 overs, 1 for 32. A wicket with his second delivery of the match. And getting rid of Pranav Chetapaliyam for no score. His lone success so far. But he's come back here in this spell and he's sort of mixed his pace up. Lovely changes of pace. There's a couple of varieties of a slow ball. A chance here for the run out, and the stumps are broken. The T&T U23s are celebrating, but the man who's having the best seat in the house, Avinash Narayan Singh, says not out. That seemed to be a very close call. And look at it here. Guided away to backward point. Nayak wanted a single. Rambo ran a direct hit. But yeah, clearly Nayak got back into his ground. Could have been curtains for him. Good presence of mind. Good feeling too from Rambaran at backward point. T&T team looking to rebound here from a defeat yesterday at the hands of the West Indies under 19s, falling at a 7-wicket defeat. Pretty ordinary batting performance. Batting first at one stage, 112 for 3, all out for 154. And just chopping on just past the leg stump. French cut. So far they have half the USA under 19s back in the shed. Again down the leg side, and it's given. Agard getting the wicket of Nayak. A belated decision from umpire Denzel James, but a raised finger means Nayak has to go leg before. Jason Agard striking here for Trinidad and Tobago under 23s. Nayak gone for 19. USA 113 for 6. Here's how it happened. Going across the line, and he was judged to be in front. Hence, he's gone leg before. Not a happy looking Nayak. But Agard celebrates picking up his second wicket. So success for Jason Agard. 4 dot deliveries and then picking up a wicket off his 5th delivery. I just confirmed the new batter for you shortly. Right-hander. Stifling the US here is the T&T boys. Really knocking the wind out of the sails. Agard with 1 legal delivery to come in the over. New batter Ryan Bagani. Ryan Bagani. In at number 8. And if you notice, he's not wearing his name on his back. He's wearing number 24. But it is, I can tell you, it is Ryan Bagani. Avinash Mahabir Singh to continue into his 7th over. 6 overs previously, 1 for 8. And he's going to be bowling to the new batter. Deep fielders out at long on and deep mid wicket. Just 2 outside the circle. Mahabir Singh has done an excellent holding job for skipper Joseph. He's come on, he's been tidy, he's been on the money, he's been economical. USA under 19s winning the toss earlier in the day and choosing to bat first. 114 for 6. The latest score here. Big shot from Bagani. Wide off. Joseph at long on. Clears him. Goes all the way for 6. What a shot from Bagani. Signaling his intentions. And clearing Joseph by some distance. Fine way to get off the mark. Hitting with the spin. All the way. Terrific shot. Is this a sign of things to come? 120 for 6. Projected score 178. I think the US would want a lot more than that. Another big shot. It's going to fall just short of Mbeki Joseph. I think his teammates wanted more of him. They wanted a better effort from the captain himself. In the end, it's just 1. But Bagani, he's not holding back. He's playing his shots. And yeah, keeper Ramdo, hands are lofted. Just depicting that maybe he could have come in a bit quicker. To be fair to him, he was looking into the sun. Not so much the sun, but more glare than anything else. One comes off the outside edge. And just 1 on offer. Some 8 runs coming in the over. 122 for 6. Again, the weather continues to be favorable for cricket here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Couva. Remember, you could join us on Cricket 360 on YouTube for all of this wonderful action. Next generation of international cricketers on show. USA team heading to the Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. A couple of Trinidadians, in fact 6 of them, vying for sneak in on the West Indies Under-19 team that will also be traveling to the Under-19 World Cup in January of next year. So Lemuel Matthews has come back. Big right arm seamer. 4 tidy overs previously, none for 17. As this one is guided down to third man. And they're going to get 2 runs. Bagani already going past Parth Patel, who's been there for 16 deliveries. Just 5. Bagani already hitting a 6. Big 6. Nice looking drive. Can't beat a Agard at mid-off. Lemuel Matthews certainly has the physical attributes to really develop into a good fast bowler. Something for Kelvin Williams to work with. Change to the field, mid-off, dropping to long off. One of 3 deep fielders. Again, these USA Under-19 batters so adept at just opening the face. Really, real release shot. It's a good shot to have in your arsenal just to get off strike. Rotation of strike. As the video Ramford has slipped back in. Video, how was your coffee?
Quite good, actually. 125 for 6, the USA. And that score of score in the region of 200 looking more likely now. Especially if Bagani stays there, based on how he started.
Treats this one with some respect. He's gonna attack. He's gonna play his natural game. It's not gonna be held back. I think once it's up there, he's gonna have a waft at it.
Well, Bagani, as you mentioned, is using the T-shirt of one of his teammates in Chetty Palayam, who actually was dismissed earlier. Hope he's contributing to his laundry bill.
He's pulling away, but he's not gonna beat Racha at mid-wicket. Yeah, he's not wearing his proper shirt, Ryan Bagani.
Well, that happens. Sometimes you use them in practice or so, and he doesn't have his shirt for today. USA, one of the sleeping giants in terms of cricket in the world. As you mentioned correctly earlier, 10 years down the line, USA could form a very powerful team.
Swinging away again is Bagani. And can't get a run. Just 3 off the returning Lemuel Matthews over. At the end of 35, it's 1-2-5 for 6.
Many people scoffed at the idea of the USA becoming a world power in football, for instance, many years ago. And someone had predicted that the USA would be World Cup champions by 2050. The USA, even though they lost to Trinidad and Tobago last night in that CONCACAF Nations League, they are missing quite a few players. They are the 11th best team in the world. Now that's quite a transformation. And who's to say that this could not happen in cricket? In so many sports, the USA are the number one team in the world. Certainly in track and field, one of the powers. In basketball, for instance, the USA men's and women's teams among the best in the world. Why not this game?
Yeah. And it's something that they're building towards. We see the return of cricket at the Olympics. Now, another big shot from, this time, Patel. And goes all the way for 6. What an enterprising shot that was from Patel.
Got to the pitch of it nicely, and against a very frugal Mahabir Singh there. Just hung this one up, and look at the footwork coming down quickly, saw the length, and lifted that over. In fact, I tell you what, he hasn't provoked a change in the field, but there was, where he hit the ball to, there was a gentleman sitting in his car watching the cricket. Well, he has reversed about 10 meters back after that.
Yeah, this time up and over the offside to the extra cover region. He's going to pick up another boundary. A 6 and now a 4. Parth Patel has certainly put his foot on the accelerator. Mahabir Singh with 8 miserly overs previously, and he's been taken for 10 already.
Well, he's put his foot on the accelerator, but it's the vehicles in the car park that are reversing away even faster at the moment. And that one went in the direction of some more vehicles, and they're also moving away from the scene of the crime.
Yeah, 2 excellent shots. One over long off, the other over extra cover. And no surprise, a shorter and flatter from Mahabir Singh. .136 for 6 projected score, going up ever so slightly, up to 192.
Yeah, that's because of the acceleration between these two, especially Patel in those last couple of deliveries, and he started to break out of his shell since Bagani has come out there.
Yeah, and Bagani already had a 6 off Mahabir Singh in the previous over. And Mahabir Singh, he's not gonna throw up too much more. Already 11 in the over. Needs to finish this one off. Damage limitation worked away. Just 1. Still 1 legal delivery to come.
Well, his figures now 1 for 28. Last 2 overs for him. I think we will see him bowl out in this particular spell.
French cut of some sorts. Luckily for Patel, it doesn't go back onto his stumps. But a pretty productive over for the US under-19s. 12 coming from it. 137 for 6 after 36.
So good recovery here from the USA. Remember, they lost 3 wickets for 8 runs earlier in the piece. Now they're starting to find their range once again. With 14 overs still to go, the USA will be eyeing down a score in the region of 225. And if these two continue on for another 10 overs or so, who is to bet against the USA getting there? But Matthews, who has been started off very well, but started to leak runs in his last few overs. None for 20 off his 5 overs. He needs to find something here because the USA have found their way out of that difficult patch where they were really bogged down by the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. T&T need to do something here to change the conversation.
Yeah, field has just relaxed a bit with those attacking shots from these two. The deep fielders are 4 out for T&T. Can another wash across the line from Bagani. 2 runs the result. But yeah, using their full allotment of 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Long on, a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and the third man. In the inner ring, there's a backward pointer, extra cover, and the mid off. And these two thinking now that it's time to really put pedal to the metal.
Well, that's certainly on the minds of Bagani based on that last shot again. Looking to smoke one from outside the off stump over the mid-wicket area. Now, the fielders out in that region, there is a deep mid-wicket in place. There's a long on. He was aiming for the area just in between those two, more like a cow corner shot. But no contact. And Samuels will try to keep this offside, get him to hit towards the bigger part of the ground here.
This one is over, extra cover, and should speed away for 4. It does. And another boundary. Runs leaking now. 4. The T&T under 23s off the bat of Bagani. And this is another high quality shot.
Yeah, Bagani, another one of the cricketers from the California area in the USA. He's played for the likes of the Hollywood 3 team, South Bay, Cosmos, Hollywood 1, and Victoria and Hollywood 2. What a team to play for, the Hollywood team.
Yeah. Partnership 30 from just 23 deliveries. And this one is flat batted straight over the head of Matthews. And has it gone the distance? Yes, it has. 6 the result. So a 4 and now a 6. Bagani really turning it up here at the National Cricket Centre. It's been some effective striking from Ryan Bagani.
Well, the man who's played for the Hollywood teams out in Southern California is trying to script something remarkable here for the USA team as they try to upset the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team here. It'll be a great start for them if they are to get a win. Look at that projected score, which had dropped to about 165 at one point. Things are starting to trend upwards here for the USA team.
Yes, certainly has. Projected score now gone up above 200. It's at 203. 149 for 6. And they've accelerated the current run rate. It's now above 4 to the over. In fact, it's just about 4 to the over. So 12 from the previous Mahabir Singh over, and already 12 in this over too. And somehow the ball has hidden itself behind the side screen as it crept underneath the side screen, and some players have gone to try to
find it. Yeah. Well, actually, the first match I ever did here was a Trinidad and Tobago Leeward Islands match back in 2007 in the Professional Cricket League at that time, and a gentleman by the name of Karen Pollard, was playing in only his third first-class match. Hit 100 in one session here, and at the match, and he got 100. His second in 3 first-class matches in his debut season. Darren Bravo made his debut in that match, and also another youngster by the name of it'll come back to me, but there were hundreds in this game, and Pollard's 100, he hit several of them over the side screen. I counted about 9 different balls they had to use in the innings because they couldn't find them. He hit them so deep into the bamboo grove at the back of the side screen you're seeing there that they could not be recovered. Adrian Barrett also scored 100 in that match, his maiden first-class 100.
Yeah, no surprises there. Karen Pollard 100 in just one session. Takes someone of that nature, that built to do something like that. I think David Warner scored 100 a test 100 in one session too. Both attacking players in their respective ways.
Very, very special cricketers, aren't they?
Yeah. Lemuel Matthews changing up the angle this time from around the wicket. So maybe he's just trying to bowl into the pad of Bagani, take away his arms. But he has a clean flow of the bat, Bagani. Have a look at him here, video. He wanted.
He missed out. He knew it.
Look at him.
Yeah, very upset. A full toss there, and may have been better advice trying to hit that one straight more than anything. He tried to hit across the line of it and missed it completely. But it's very clear what he's going to be doing. He's going to be hitting a lot of deliveries here, and that's why we've seen a change in attitude also from Patel. If he came in not clear about what his role is, well, Bagani has redefined that for him.
Yeah, up and over the offside again. It's just going to be 1. Good work in the deep. And 1 it's going to be. So 13 coming off. The 37th over. 150 comes up as well. It's 150 for 6.
150 coming up off the 37th over for the USA team. The 50 came up in 11 overs. And the 100 coming up, I think it was about 32 overs or so. So this last 50 has come up very quickly here for the USA, the fastest of the 350s they've had so far. And the current run rate for the first time in quite a while is back over 4. It was as high as 5.05 at one point. And that is thanks largely to the man whose name is at the bottom left of your screen, Ryan Bagani. And he is back on strike again here. And again, he's facing up to Mahabir Singh. Mahabir Singh has a long off and a long on in place. He knows that if he's going to flight it up, well, Ghani's going to go after him here. We might be in for some action.
Yeah, work to do for Captain Mbeki Joseph. And this one is punched away nicely into the gap. Good looking shot from Bagani. So he's matching his... He's showing that he has power. He also has placement. Has finesse about his game. 23 now from just 18 deliveries. What an impact he's had on this innings.
Yeah, certainly. It's been the ideal tonic here for the USA team. And Bagani, who has played a lot of cricket. I'm seeing his name mentioned in several of the leagues across the USA. Showing that he has some talent here. Of course, a few of the American players have made their way into the CPL. Taylor, one of them playing for Barbados, and a few of the other teams around. Stephen Taylor, that is. Yeah. And, we, of course, Ali Khan, most famously of them all, has made a big impact, winning several CPL titles with the Trinbago Knight Riders. Could this be one of the next generation here? Ryan Bagani, who's been impressive in his start. Of course, just like with the U.S. football team, you've seen a lot of their players campaign in Europe. there in this sport, you would want to see that more and more of the American players campaign in the CPL. Who's to say that we won't see an American team in the future perhaps participate in the List A again? They haven't been part of it for a few seasons now.
Yeah.
That may also happen. It may not even be far-fetched that we might see a U.S. team participate in the first class setup at some point.
Yeah, all in the melting pot, I'm sure. Wanted a single. Patel sent back by Bagani. Good work again. Look to be Das at that backward point region.
Well, Patel is just feeding off these deliveries here. They're all speared in at the moment. And based on what we saw from these two batters towards Bagani, towards Mahabir Singh in the last couple of overs, he's not flighting anything at the moment.
Yeah, 9 overs, 1 for 31. He got 2 for 32 from 7. Rambaran with a wicket also. But yeah, these two are really posing some questions to Captain Joseph. See how he responds. What's his plans? Looks like Matthews is going to be taken off the attack, and Rambaran is going to come back in. It'd be interesting to see if the USA under 19 team can take it up to the 45th over or so. Who bowls those death overs? Higara's already bowled 7, I think.
Rambaran has also bowled 7, so if he bowls out his 3 overs here, he will not be available for that. That's going to be interesting. Certainly feel that Ratcha will be part of that.
Yeah, big shot again from Patel, all the way, maximum. And a greeting Rambaran with a big 6 here, Ryan Bagani.
Yeah, that was pitched up, and Bagani, who's shown that he can hit the ball very well and very powerfully straight. Yeah, he may have gotten that one off the bottom of the bat, but that went all the way. Let's see where that one comes off. Yep, maybe not quite on the sweet spot, maybe the lower part of it, but you would not have known that. Hit that very well for 6.
Yeah, again, a tossed-up delivery. In the slot, you have to say, and well put away by Bagani. He's in that sort of mood, that attacking mood. He's not going to let those bad deliveries just go by.
Look at that strike rate, 150 for Bagani.
Yeah, and up and over the offside, and this should get to the boundary. It does. 4 more. So this is the 3rd consecutive over. We've seen a 6 and then a 4. Here it is again.
Yeah, total change in attitude here from the U.S. batters, and that's Bagani. So many deliveries. It was clear that the U.S. were trying to build a platform and then allow the players like Bagani and company to come in and express themselves. And look at that. The 50 has come up of only 33 deliveries. Bagani has 24 of those 54. Wow. What a performance from him.
Yeah, it started with Mahabir Singh, a 6 and then a 4 in his over. That was Patel. And then Lemuel Matthews the previous over, 6 and a 4. And now another 6 and a 4 here by Ryan Bagani. What does Rambaran do here? Can hit straight and work for Agard to do. Does well. Keeps it down to just 1.
Yeah, he was one of the best bowlers yesterday, Rambaran. Today, he's taking a bit of tap here. And these two batters are coming after him. So Rambaran will try to fire it in.
They're doing the smart thing here, Patel. Just getting a single, getting up the other end, getting Ryan Bagani back on strike. He seems to be the one who's in that sort of mood. Rambaran needs to close this over out. 12 already in it. Partnership 52 from just 36 deliveries. Again, drilling this one down to long off. Pinching the strike with that single is Bagani. Another good over for the USA under 19s. A 13 coming from it.
Oh, look at that. 11 overs still to go. Yeah, 11 overs still to go, and Bagani is almost up to the top score already. 36 of 24 deliveries. And he's keeping up to that strike rate of 150. Boy, what an innings this has been. And it's a real eye-opener here for, I think a lot of people may have been thinking, the USA on the 19, I saw a few comments on it online. Why is the USA on the 19 team here? Would they provide an adequate challenge for these teams? Well, based on what we've seen so far, solid defense at the start, a real attempt to build an innings by the top batters, and then you have the likes of Pagani and Patel, and also Nayak to provide some firepower in the middle.
Yeah, pushing that one through, Mahabir Singh. But yeah, it's been fearless batting from Bagani in particular. He's been pretty harsh on anything loose. This one has worked away in the onside. And just one good feeling. Rambaran. No surprises there. .167 for 6. Already going past the 153 from. Yeah, already going past the 153 that was made by Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s yesterday.
So nice partnership between these two so far, and they've already gone past 50, easily the best of the partnership so far in the innings. It was 55 for the second wicket.
Ken looking to go across the line. French cut result in 1, but again signaling his intentions. Bagani doesn't want to be bogged down. 38 from 27. A real innings of substance, adding some much needed life to this USA under 19 batting. And I'm guessing he'd be one of the all-round players, a lower order batter. I'm sure he's going to have some bowling to do later on.
Well, Bagani is also a pretty good fielder. He has won a couple of best fielding awards in some of the competitions he's played in, so he has that in his arsenal also. Well, he's been putting in a lot of work, and now he's heading off to get a little bit of water, because certainly the heat has been turned up here, not from the under 23s. They're the ones under pressure at the moment. It is the USA that have turned up the heat in the last few overs. At the end of the 35th over, the USA were 125 for 6. They are now 169 for 6. So 44 runs in the last 5 overs. They've been going along at better than 8 and over. And that's why the current run rate has climbed to 4.22. And the projected score, which was languishing in the 160s at one point, it's now gone up to 211. So that target we were discussing of 225 might actually now be back in the frame. That's unless the T&T on the 23 team can do something about this partnership.
It's been a fruitful period of the game for the USA under 19s. Gone after the bowling, particularly these two.
So into the final 10 overs, the power play now starting here. And let's see how many fielders on the out. So there are going to be 5 on the outside. One of them is a deep mid-wicket. There's another fielder heading out to... Well, actually, there's a fielder deep mid-wicket. There's a forward square leg, a deep forward square leg. There's a long on, a long off, and a deep extra cover in place here for the USA on the 19th. Here's Rambaran to continue. straight back past him. And that's going to go for 4. Powerfully hit certainly not a chance by any means. He couldn't get anywhere close to that. And another powerful flat-batted straight shot by Bagani, who is motoring towards a 50 here. Rambaran, now it seemed as though he would have been able to catch that. But by the time he got his feet planted, Kadir, it seems that that one had already gone way past him.
I'm surprised he didn't even make an attempt.
Because the ball was already gone.
Again, power on show from Bagani. He moves on to 42 off just 28. And now it's prompted some field changes here, Vidya. We've seen 3 out on the leg side. Is a straightish long on.
Rambaran also going over the wicket. And there's that straight...
there's a straightish long on. There's a wideish long on. And a man out at corner. Very straight himself. So they're looking to asking him to hit into that area. And it's hitting against its spin too, because it's going away from the right-hander.
Well, he doesn't seem to bother about that too much. He's hitting everything quite cleanly here so far. Well, Patel now facing up, 19 off 30. Can he catch the bug here for the USA? Straight to the fielder. Nicely done by the skipper. Former West Indies under-19 player. And Becky Joseph. Lifted over the extra cover region. Agard is there and does well to stop that one. Seemed that he had overrun it slightly, but then stuck out that big right hand and made the stop. Nice work by Agard. And that's another couple for Patel.
Yeah, again, so smooth and silky over the extra cover region. Path Patel. Such a delightful shot to see. Always
and
makes
now
for good
showing
watching.
the other side of his game with a subtlety picking up one. So enterprising partnership between these two. The last wicket going down, the 6th wicket going down. That was Nayak, who was pulling across the line of one, got LBW. That seemed to be the T&T U23 team in control at that point. But control is an illusion, and this partnership has shown that.
Yeah, that seemed to be so far away.
It seems to be like a different game altogether. Now it's totally changed here. Is that a chance at a run out? But Bagani is there very quickly to get back for the second run. And boy, what a partnership this has been. And the T&T U23 team are rocking at the moment. 41 overs gone, 179 for 6. Bagani is now the top scorer in the innings.
Yeah, 45 off just 30 deliveries. And we're going to see a bowling change from this to southern end. Mahabir Singh completing his 10 overs, 1 for 34. And it's going to be Amrit Das. Is this might be a good time to bring him back. We know for sure that Bagani and Patel, they're going to attack him. It'll be interesting to see how Das approaches this, if he's going to flight, if he's going to give it some generous flight, if he's going to look to be flatter.
Well, with the ball turning largely into the right-handers, that's why there are 3 players on the boundary. One of them at deep mid-wicket. The second of them was at cow corner. He's now gone into the circle to a mid-wicket. Joseph is at mid-on. Long-on, correction. Well, now that fielder's run straight... Well, where has he gone? He was told to go into mid-wicket. Well, seems to be the bowler wants one thing and the captain wants another. There we go. There's now a mid-wicket in place, and there's a deep backward square leg. Those are the 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Sweep shot. Heads out towards the fielder, just short of Agard. Agard thought for a moment he had a chance, but then had to pull back and prevent that one from getting past him. Das 1 for 19 so far, and they're going to attack. They're going to try to put the hurt on Das here.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is a very favorable matchup for the both right-handers. Das could get into the swinging arc of Bagani and Patel. So he has to show some variations here.
Oh, that seemed to take the edge, under edge, beating the keeper who has to trot after it. And in the meantime, Bagani gets 2. That was a wild-looking shot there from Bagani. I think he got an under edge. Certainly you can't call that a chance. Technically it is. But Das would be wanting to get that googly in at this time.
He has to do something different. As I said, he's getting right into the swinging arc of these two. So maybe if he could take it away, if he has that variation, that'd be useful here.
Well, this one swung away just in front of Agard again. Agard almost got to that one and had the presence of mind to make the stop. So Bagani living dangerously here. That's the second time one has landed within the vicinity of Jason Agard. And the trap definitely set here by the T&T and the 23s. Used his feet there, Patel, but Bagani was not interested in the single. He stays on 48. Oh, that's a very, very short delivery. Lucky to get away with that one. Just going to be one down to Jagisar. And I'm sure that Jagisar is looking on at this, and he would be relishing the chance to bat on this pitch. He's due to open the innings for Trinidad and Tobago. He and Mbeki Joseph, the captain, opened yesterday. Another under edge. Smeared past the keeper. Ramdu has to trot after it. And they get another couple of runs here. So the runs are flowing. It's almost like a free fall at the moment between these two, Bagani and Patel. And there's the 50 for Bagani of 33 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s. Look at that strike rate, 151. What a match-changing innings this has been from Ryan Bagani.
Yeah, we'd see how much of a difference it makes in the end. But I tell you what, it certainly made an impression here. 50 from just 33 deliveries on a surface that is not easy to get going on. And he's coming and he's played shots all around. And it's not been slugging. It's been proper cricketing shots. It's been a wonderful display of hitting from Bagani. 186 for 6 after 42. And it's really a difficult stage here for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. Decisions got to be made. Bowling changes got to be made. Looks like it's Rambaran who's going to bowl his final over.
And for Rambaran, there is that very straightish mid-on, long-on place. There's a deep mid-wicket also for him. And the other fielders who are out in the deep, rather straightish long off, and a deep extra cover in place there for Andrew Rambaran. Now that third player has gone to that wide long on corner area of the field with the left hand in operation. Won't get the single, but definitely Bagani and Patel trying to put further hurt here on the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. Well, stopped by Joseph. Young man out of San Fernando, and Mbeki Joseph. He has well, now the reverse sweep coming into play, and that's well played. We'll pick up a couple here. Actually, they won't get the second run. Patel was interested in it, Bagani wasn't. I think he fancies his chances against Rambaran here. Rambaran, just 3 balls remaining in his spell. 1 for 41 his figures. Bagani wants to take him on here at the moment, despite the fact there are 3 players on the boundary on the leg side. Good delivery. Just cramped him for room there. Very full delivery on the leg side from Rambaran. What options remain here for the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team? That's a full delivery. A couple of fuller length deliveries here from Rambaran. Partnership, look at that, 75 of 60 deliveries. Bagani's home safely, and that's going to end off the spell from Andrew Rambaran. Certainly 1 for 42. He's done his job here for his team.
Pretty tidy spell from Andrew Rambaran. Comes to an end. 10 overs, 1 for 42. So he's done. 7 overs remain in the innings. Let's see who Becky Joseph turns to. Amr Das is going to continue. But they're going to be bowling changes from that northern end. Is he going to go back to spin? Or is he going to go for the seam up stuff?
Well, he still has some overs from Racha to go. Agard, does he still have an over to in there? Still has Matthews to bowl some seam bowling. 2 of the spinners have bowled out, however, Rambaran and Mahabir Singh. Collectively, 20 overs, 2 for 77 from those two. And Das will continue here. He has 6 overs to go, so don't think we're going to see all 6 from him. It's good. Had a batsman in some trouble, but get their way out of it with the single. Now this is where the matchup is going to be interesting, because Bagani is the one who's shown the propensity to get after the bowling here. Is he going to take on Das, try to take him downtown on the leg side? Well, that's what he was attempting to do. Joseph has some work here. Slight fumble, but it's only going to cost the team 1. As for the weather conditions, if you're wondering if there will be any interference, bank of clouds building away to the eastern side of the ground, but not looking altogether threatening at the moment. Sliced away, and 1 bounce to the fielder. I don't think, Kadir, how's your knee today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, so there's not going to be any rain.
No rain today.
No rain today. Once your knee's fine, well, no aches, no pains, we'll be good. Hit towards Joseph. Couple of bounces to him, and he gets behind it well.
Yeah, pretty good over so far from Das. 4 good deliveries, just 3 runs. Could he finish this over for his team? 2 legal deliveries to come. He's adjusted well.
Yeah, that's good bowling from him again. And just another single. So 4 singles in the over in the 5 deliveries bowled. So he'll be happy with that. With 2 batsmen well set and intent on mayhem at the moment. Well, that's up into the air. Is this going to be a catch? Yep, it has. And he's walking off already. Patel is gone for 28, going for the reverse sweep. And finally, the Trinidad and Tobago team have broken the partnership. A diving catch there. And is that Joseph who's come in to take it? And that's the partnership finally broken here. Here's how it's happened. Das doing the trick for his team.
Yeah, attempted reverse sweep. Not making proper contact, and Orlando James a diving catch, diving forward, a safe pair of hands, and Das is rewarded with another wicket here. And USA 193 for 7. Patel goes for 28.
Well, the fifth wicket fell with the score on 93. At that point, many would have felt that the USA were tailing away to a low score. But the introduction of Nayak, Patel and Bagani certainly have changed the conversation. And I'm sure that the USA fans looking on would be pretty pleased with what they've seen from their team in the last hour or so. Still, there's some work to do here. 6 overs to go. And the USA looking a lot better now at 193 for 7. And the new man out there at the moment, Subramanian.
Atija Subramanian. These names really make for some tongue twisters video. You're quite good at that.
Subramaniam in here now with the score at 193 for 7. And the man on strike, Bagani at the moment, as Das has completed his 5 overs, 2 for 29. And that current run rate now trending back upwards, 4.39. Can Subramaniam provide the ideal support here for his for the man at the other end, Bagani?
Yeah,
and as we suggested, here's Racha back in action.
Yeah, Racha 6 overs, none for 19. So he's going to finish off things here for Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s. More importantly, from a USA point of view, Ryan Bagani is on strike. He's still there, 53 from 36. And if he could be there at the end, who knows what type of score the USA on the 19s would get. But 193 for 7 represents a really challenging score as it is.
It certainly is, considering this. They're playing against a team that was bowled out for 153 yesterday.
Yeah. So it's more than likely they're going to get over 200. And in that, it's going to pose some challenges to the top order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red.
Well, that's taken the edge, and it's not going to go for 4 because there's a fielder coming across. Das is there to make the stop. And that one peeled off the edge. It would have gone straight to slip, but at this stage of the game, it's all about damage limitation.
Yeah, unfortunately, no slip in place at this stage of the game. But yeah, it's going to pose some challenges to the top order of the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s, Joseph and company.
Good full delivery here from Racha. And yeah, that was a really good Yorker that Subramaniam just had to get under.
Yeah, that's a really tough delivery to get first up. But Racha really running in here. He's giving it his all. You can see he's sorted out his run-up. He's mended that. And he is really flowing through the crease.
Yeah, gets that on the leg side. And yeah, I agree with you. He really is flowing through the crease a lot better here today. Has sorted out his problems. He was explaining that earlier that having not played a match for quite a while now. Remember, he hasn't played perhaps since the under-17s. He's not involved in the T20 leagues at this time, Adian Racha. So first match after quite a while. He's been doing a lot of indoor work, running off a shorter run-up. So that certainly would have shown up yesterday. That's a good full delivery, but when you're on 54 of 37 deliveries, you're seeing it like football at the moment.
Yeah, but credit to him, he's hit those full deliveries. He's bowled those Yorker leg deliveries. He's executed well. Just 2 coming in the over. In fact, 3. 2 off the bat, 1 leg by. And he needs to finish off here.
Unusual warm-up there from Ramju. And he's got them. Full delivery and straight through the defenses of Subramaniam. And he's sent him back for a duck. Third ball duck, and Racha struck here. His first wicket of the series. And that was as straight as you like. Look at this. Just getting under the bat.
Yeah, again, executed well. Going for that Yorker leg delivery. Subramanian for no score. 196 for 8 now.
So 2 wickets going down within the space of 3 runs, and Ratcher coming in, trying to clean up the tail here. Just a couple of wickets to go. Balala, it looks like to be the next man in.
Now look at the way his strapping is on his pads. Unusual style.
Yeah, it certainly is. Actually, he has the middle strap, the longer strap from on the middle, strapped down at the bottom, on the bottom strap. So it's a cross-strapping. Look at the contrast between...
X.
It's, well, it might be part of Generation X. That's what he's telling us. So the Generation X man, the X man is in. Does he have the X factor to go with it here, coming in at number 10?
Yeah. Balala. Balala. Hope I got that pronunciation right. Don't want to be chopping up these names. Good execution of the Yorker from Adrian Ratcher.
And another good one here. He's spearing them in, trying to get them under the bats of these. Maybe just missed his mark by about a foot or so. But good bit of bowling there by Ratcher in his first over back. 1 for 21 his figures. And that is 45 overs gone now. 196 here for the USA. 196 for 8 the USA. That last 5 over block. They would have gotten 33 runs and lost 2 wickets. So scoring rate just dropping slightly in the region of just over 7 and over.
The top scorer of the innings still there, Ryan Bagani. He's going to be on strike. Das the bowl, the 46th over of the innings. Tell you the deep fielders now. There's a deep point. There's a long off, long on. A man at a cow corner position or a straightish mid wicket, and a deep square leg.
Here's Das. Full toss. This could go to hand. Joseph comes across. Can't get there. It was in between Joseph and Rambaran, and even the fleet-footed Rambaran couldn't get across to it. So that's survival there for Bagani. Just a 1 run.
Yeah, good result for bowler Das. He's in the air for quite some time. 2 fielders converging, but it's split on both of them. Bagani 56 from 39. He slowed down a touch in these last 4 overs or so.
Is that a wide? Yes, it is. Umpire Narayan signals. In spite of the fact that one was coming back into the batsman, still a wide. That pitched outside of that guidance line, just where Ramdu's right foot is. Another full toss and another single. Last over also, there were 4 or 5 singles in it off the bowling of Das. So, in spite of the fact he hasn't gotten it perfectly right here, still hasn't been punished in the last couple of overs, despite Bagani still being there.
Yeah, quite a difficult time to bowl wrist spinner.
Hits that one straight. This is going to go for 4. Another full toss. 3 of them in the over so far. And this time, got it perfectly straight and away from the fielders. No one was going to catch up with that. And there's the 200 up for the USA.
Yeah, as soon as he saw a bit of air, he was down the track and hitting straight by Sexton, long on and long off, and getting another boundary. He goes up to 60, 203 now for 8. Becoming a formidable score put on here by the USA under 19s.
He certainly has been the game changer, Ryan Bagani. Another one that's out to Rambaran, who's taken the catch. He shelled too earlier, but this time he was never going to drop that. And Andrew Rambaran makes amends. Bagani caught by Rambaran off Das for 60. A great innings from Bagani. Excellent catch from Rambaran. And Das has his 3rd.
Yeah, Das a bit slower through the air. And Bagani did not get the elevation. Look at it here. Slower through the air. And the safe pair of hands, Rambaran taking a good low catch And that's the end of a very good knock from Ryan Bagani. A top score of 60. USA 203 for 9.
Nat Carney is the last man in. And he is in at number 11, the bowler for the United States. And we were talking about a score in the region of 225. Well, with Bagani gone, that may not happen now, but they've gotten over the 200, the psychological mark of the 200. At one point, you would have felt they wouldn't have gotten there at all.
Yeah, definitely. Path Patel and Ryan Bagani coming together and really pressing the accelerator. Certainly pushed the score above 200 now. And whatever they end up on, it's still going to be very challenging for the T&T U23s. Das, though, has 3 for 36.
Well, he'll want to finish things up here for the T&T U23 team, but the effects of that partnership between Patel and Bagani, we'll see the effects of that later on. Has that demoralized the T&T U23 team? Not going to get a run this time, and that's a good end to the over here for Das, who's picked up his 3rd wicket in the over, and he's also gotten rid of the dangerous Bagani, out for 60, and the USA on the 23s in charge at the moment, 203 for 9. So who's going to do the job here? Well, it's Ratcher who's going to continue here for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. And I'm sure he's going to continue with this very full length that we've seen from him so far. Well, the last man in, Balala, is in at number 10. Nat Carney is also in there at 11. How much damage can they do here for the USA? They will get the single. And this name might look very familiar. The last man in for the USA, Nat Carney. There was the man who played for India, the former India cricketer, Bapu Nadkarni. He would have played for India. Holds the record of 21.5 consecutive overs without conceding a run.
Interesting stat.
Yeah, not this young man. He would love to be able to do that. That one creeps past the fielder and they get a couple of runs here. Bapu Nadkarni, 21.5 consecutive overs. That is, in case you're doing the calculation there right now, 131 balls without conceding a run against England in Madras in January 1964. Imagine facing 131 runs from the gentleman, not able to get a run off him. Test cricket at its finest, you say?
Yeah, that's remarkable stuff. Whatever form of cricket that is huge. A huge achievement.
Hits that well and gets one run. That's all they're going to be. And in fact, if you want to know what his figures were, his figures in that match: 29 overs, 26 maidens, no wickets, and 3 runs. 26 maidens and 29 overs. The 3 overs where he conceded a run, it was just 1 run each. That is absolutely remarkable. That happened in a test match, India versus England back in 1964. Brian Bolus and Ken Barrington were the 2 batsmen who faced most of that.
Wow. Interesting stat video.
Oh, that's wonderfully hit there through the cover region. Just going to be 1. And certainly the weather has changed remarkably in the last half an hour or so. It's become a lot more cloudy. And those clouds that were a bit wispy away to the east of the ground are now suddenly getting a little bit darker.
Yeah. Heavy clouds coming our way.
Thankfully, right now it's to the north of the ground, so hopefully it doesn't affect the cricket here. Well, they continue to get the runs. These two batting very courageously here. Doesn't seem as if they are fearful of anything at the moment. Balala and Nadkarni.
Yeah, they probably consider anything they get above the 200 as a bonus. 209 for 9. One delivery remaining, the 47th over.
Nicely driven. Balala, who plays some of his cricket in California. He's played for the likes of the Titans, the Sixers, the Falcons, and the Sharks. And the over has come to an end. 47 overs gone, and the USA 210 for 9. Still in search of that figure of 225 we were talking about. Looks like they could still get there. The projected score says yes, it's going to be 224 if they can get there. So
Das
last 3 overs. Sorry, Das with still 2 overs to go, so you would expect that he would bowl the next 2. Well, he's not going to be doing so because Agard is in, and Agard looks like he's going to end off from this end.
Yeah, that's with a wicket in his previous over and taken out of the attack. Jason Agard replaces him. So seam from both ends. Agard 7 overs, 2 for 32. Projected score 224. Do you think the USA U19s could get to that?
Yeah, well, that's definitely on the cards. These two have been generally just trying to hit it straight here. Pick up the singles. 3 fielders on the leg side on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket. There's a deep forward, deep square leg. And wideish long on in place. And long on is going to come into play. Rambaran is coming in. He can't get there. In fact, that one dropped inside of the circle. The bowler, Agard, was also after it, and neither of them could get anywhere close to it.
Yeah, you have to say, lack of pace did for Balala, as it was perfectly placed. Rambaran was herring in, but he couldn't get close to it. Agard too. And the result is a single.
Heading across the line, wasn't in control at all of that one, and they still get the single. Anyway, we'll do at the moment here for the USA under-19 team as they're trying to set a score here that will put fear in the hearts of this Trinidad and Tobago under-23 team.
There seemed to be another slow delivery from Agard. Has some variations up his sleeve.
Yeah, it went for one of those variations, a slower ball, but that's pushing it down the leg side. He'll have to redo that one. Umpire Narayan, as is his habit, shows his decision to the scorers and nods his head. Yes, that was a wide.
Very polite guy.
Very, extremely so. Very affable young man, umpire Narayan. Bowled them, that's the end of the innings, and Agard has 3. USA under-19s bowled out for 213, and the T&T under-23 team will be chasing 214 for victory. They've been bowled out 47.2 overs, and there you can see the clouds hovering overhead, and there's how it happened. Agard coming around the wicket, and that's as good as a delivery, a full-length delivery, as you'll see.
Yeah, well executed Yorker, paying off for Justin Jason Agard finishes with 3 for 35. USA in the 19s been bowled out for 213 in 47.3 overs. And I tell you what, Vidya, at one stage they didn't seem to look like they was getting to 200. But thanks to Ryan Bogani and Parth Patel, and not to forget Srivastava, we have gotten to 213, which seems to be a very, very formidable score.
It certainly is, and with the weather-threatening proceedings here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Cooper, look at that shot, and you can see here, as I always tell you, Kadir, clouds behave exactly how they look, and that does not look good at the moment. Thankfully, at the moment, it is north of the ground, and hopefully it will be coming this way. So the innings has come to an end. T&T U23s will chase 214 for victory, 60 for Bagani, 42 from Srivastava, 3 wickets apiece for Agard and Das. We'll have the run chase coming up after the lunch period.